Chapter 16:16. Yen Zhaoge looked at the board with the words Tushita Palace written on it. After pondering for a while, he followed the others and exited the Lihan heavens. They descended from this wondrous immortal realm and re-entered the void's boundless outskirts. Do you feel anything special? Feng Yinsheng asked Yen Zhaoge via sound transmission. Having paid attention to Yen Zhaoge's actions just now, she knew the reason without needing words. After meeting the great sage equaling heavens at the foot of the Five Elements mountain, Yen Zhaoge started suspecting if he was related to the Elder Lord. Now that he finally had the chance to visit the Tushita Palace in Lihan Heaven, it was a pity that he did not get to see the Elder Lord. I don't feel anything special, Yen Zhaoge replied via sound transmission. Feng Yinsheng was stunned. Nothing special? Yen Zhaoge muttered to himself. That's right, there's nothing special about it. It's just that it's strange. Feng Yinsheng nodded in agreement. After thinking for a while, she said, the great Taoist Master Xian Du didn't seem to be acting strange when he saw you. The great sage, Heaven's equal, had actual contact with Lao Jun, so he could see things from me that others couldn't, Yen Zhaoge said. However, his contact with the Elder Lord isn't as close as the great Taoist Xian Du, right? Either there's something fishy about it, Feng Yinsheng guessed, and said, or is the great Taoist Master Xian Du pretending not to know? Yen Zhaoge nodded and glanced at the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. This person is also very suspicious. He calmed himself down. Let's stop here and observe for a while longer. Everyone left Lihan Heaven and said their goodbyes. Yang Jian also left the Tushita Palace this time. He seemed to have something to do. Taoist brother, please wait for a moment. This Yen has something to ask you. Yen Zhaoge called out to him via sound transmission. All right. Yang Jian's expression did not change as he left. After a while, he circled around, meeting up with Yen Zhaoge, Feng Yinsheng, Yen Di, Su Fei, and the others. There was already no one else around. Why are you looking for me, Zhaoge? Yang Jian said, while smiling, I wonder what the meaning of your name is. You're taking advantage of me. Yen Zhaoge looked at Yen Di, who could not help but shake his head and laugh. The others all laughed as well. I grew up in a lower world from a young age. My hometown there was known as Yanzhao. The people there were bold and heroic, with many people who sang sorrowful songs. Therefore, my father gave me my current name. Yen Zhaoge said smilingly, please forgive me, Taoist brother. Yang Jian smiled and said, speak, what do you want to ask me? The vast freedom, heavenly devil assisted the Amitabha Buddha in obstructing the East's sovereign. What do you think about this? Yen Zhaoge retracted his smile and asked slowly. Yang Jian also straightened his expression. It seems that you already have a guess. Fellow Taoist, you must have the same suspicions as us. Yen Zhaoge said softly, connecting this to the immortal exterminating sword that year. Could there be a connection between the two? Around 50 years ago, Yen Zhaoge and the others searched for the immortal exterminating sword. In the end, they discovered that the immortal exterminating sword was already in the Tushita Palace. Yang Jian transformed into the earthly deity of the Queen of Earth and used the immortal slaying sword to attract the attention of others while he went to the Hollow Jade Temple to retrieve the Hollow Jade glazed lamp. In the end, he relied on the Hollow Jade glazed lamp's light to exchange for the Fushi remnant zither from Taoist Luya and used it to fight for the immortal extermination formation. In the past, Yen Zhaoge and the others didn't disappoint Yang Jian and successfully obtained the immortal exterminating sword. However, according to Yang Jian, the immortal exterminating sword wasn't always in the Tushita Palace. In reality, during the Great Calamity, after the Lord of Broad Accomplishment perished, the immortal exterminating sword that was originally in his possession ended up in the hands of the 9 underworlds. Only after the 9 underworlds made a deal with the Tushita Palace did the immortal exterminating sword belong to Taoism. The specific situation was handled by the Xuandu great Taoist. Even Yang Jian didn't know the details, but he had his own guesses. The vast freedom, Heavenly Devil personally visited the Tushita Palace. The items that could be exchanged from the Tushita Palace were limited. If he wasn't sure previously, the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court were able to convince the vast freedom Heavenly Devil to help them in this war. The price that they offered was definitely not small. Connecting the two, one's imagination would naturally run wild. There were many deals that could convince the 9 underworlds, but there were only a few deals that could convince the vast freedom Heavenly Devil. The Supreme Heavenly Devil, and Su Fei said in a deep tone, the faceless Heavenly Devil, Yan Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng, Yan Di, Yang Jian, and the others remained silent. The devils originally had 6 devil ancestors. However, the grand clear Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue and the Western Amitabha Buddha used their great abilities and wisdom to snatch 2 of the positions. As a result, the 3rd ancestral devil became the Lord of Tao and Virtue's incarnation, the grand Heavenly Devil, while the 4th ancestral devil became the Amitabha Buddha's incarnation, the faceless Heavenly Devil. Incarnations weren't clones. Strictly speaking, the 2 devil ancestors weren't actual existences. From Yan Zhaoga's perspective, it would be more appropriate to say that they were the incarnations of the Lord of Tao and Virtue and the Amitabha Buddha, just like how Taoist Zhuani first transformed into the Subhuti Grand Master, and then into Buddha Sakyamuni. However, there were countless profundities within which outsiders couldn't understand. In the past, there were people who suspected that the Supreme Elder Lord of Tao and Virtue was the incarnation of the Supreme Heavenly Devil after the Lord of Tao and Virtue had transcended. However, after the great sage equaling heaven's confirmation, they knew that this wasn't the case. When the 9 underworlds wanted the Supreme Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil, it wasn't because they wanted the Lord of Tao and Virtue, the Supreme Elder Lord, and the Amitabha Buddha to vacate their positions. The positions were already occupied. As long as the Elder Lord and the Amitabha Buddha were still alive, the 9 underworlds wouldn't be able to have 2 more Tao ancestors. However, they could take back the authority that belonged to the Supreme Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil. Even if the 9 underworlds took back the authority of the Supreme Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil, they wouldn't be able to summon the true 3rd and 4th devil ancestors. However, it was still very meaningful. 12 devilish heavenly formation. Yan Zhaoga muttered to himself. Yang Jian said, "That's right. The 9 underworlds sought the authority of the Supreme Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil for the 12 devilish heavenly formation to restore the prestige of the devils, as well as to seal the primordial Heavenly Devil." As the name suggested, the 12 devilish heavenly formation was a formation laid down by the 12 devilish heavenly devils, with 6 Tao realm bigwigs and 6 pinnacle grand heavenly immortals working together. The strength of the formation was shocking. However, from the looks of it, this legendary, terrifying formation could only exist in theory. Even if the primordial Heavenly Devil broke out of the seal and the Doomsday Heavenly Devil descended into the world, the creation Heavenly Devil was only left with its shell, while the Supreme Heavenly Devil and the Faceless Heavenly Devil weren't truly born. Even if the formation was laid down, it wouldn't be able to unleash its full might. The 9 underworlds wants to make use of the formation to help the primordial Heavenly Devil break out of the seal and trigger the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's true birth. Yan Zhaoga pondered. That's the most probable outcome. Yang Jian said, the 9 underworlds lay dormant and never gave up on finding an opportunity to rise up. However, they still have a long way to go if they want to achieve anything. Yang Jian paused for a moment before continuing. Actually, since ancient times, the various forces had been secretly observing the 9 underworlds' actions. The opportunity that the 9 underworlds yearned for was also a chance that many others were waiting for. Chapter 16:17. A chance that many people are waiting for. Yan Zhaoge repeated his words. He and the others looked at each other and said in unison, "A chance to ascend to the Tao realm? A grand, heavenly, immortal, demon race great sage, or blessed lands Buddha, would have the chance to ascend to the Tao realm. The closer they got to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. Not only would they have to break through, but they would also have to face their competitors. From a certain perspective, the competition of the great Tao and the competition of fortune didn't exist in harming others without benefiting oneself. Harming others would definitely benefit oneself. If one's chances were lesser, one's chances would be greater. In other words, having fewer competitors would increase one's chances. In the past, due to the uniqueness of the Maitreya Buddha's lineage, he could have easily succeeded the Tathagata Buddha and become the new blessed lands of Saha's master. However, after being scammed, he could only change his path and transform the central blessed lands of Saha into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. This matter had far-reaching effects. Although the future Buddha, also known as the Maitreya Buddha, ascended to the Tao realm and stabilized the fate of the blessed lands, it also caused chaos. Many Buddhist Bantis perished, and many Buddhist Bantis left to join the Western Pure Lands. Yan Zhaoge speculated that the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's birth, which triggered the chaos of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace after the Great Calamity, was the result of a Taoism Heavenly Immortal's advancement. In the end, he succeeded and transformed into the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, ascending to the Tao realm and becoming a Tao ancestor. However, the calamity that affected the entire Great Thousand Worlds was the start of it. Most of the Orthodox Taoism's lineages suffered from the calamity and only recovered their vitality today. All Tao ancestors were born earlier. After confirming that the Tathagata Buddha was Taoist Junti's incarnation, it was confirmed that only the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha had achieved the Tao ancestors' position after birth. Among the grand heavenly realm pinnacle experts, which of them didn't yearn for the Tao realm? At this stage, even if they cultivated the same Tao art, everyone's path of ascending to the Tao realm might be different. However, other than their own efforts, it also depended on luck. In this world, such a huge fortune was limited. For example, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha to gather faith power using humanly essence stone. It was already a rare occurrence. It was impossible for a third person to appear. As for the two of them, they influenced each other and became mortal enemies, fighting each other to this day. Different people, different paths, but in the end, they might have to fight for the same opportunity. More often than not, a fortuitous encounter could only create one person. Nine nether. Feng Yunshen took a deep breath. While the demons were busy plotting, the others had never forgotten about them. It was just that the time had not come yet, and everyone was still in the stage of laying out their plans. Isn't it like killing pigs during the New Year in the secular world? When the pigs are fattened up, they can be slaughtered during the New Year, and then the whole family will have a fat year. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Yang Jian also laughed and shook his head. It looks like it, but this wild boar has rough skin and tough hair. It's extremely strong, and its fangs are sharp. It could turn around and stab a person to death at any time. Feng Yinsheng didn't laugh. She thought of Jian Shenhua and herself. There were already signs of an impending catastrophe. Under the power struggle of many parties, no one dared to say that they could grasp the situation, nor could they say that they could predict the outcome. In this great calamity, What role would she play? What would be the final outcome? In this scheme of the 9 underworlds, the ones who acted included our Taoism seniors, right? Yan Zhaoge turned and looked behind him. The Tushita Palace of Lihan Heaven was so high that it was difficult for those who were in the boundless void outside the realm to find their bearings. However, this action of Yan Zhaoge's was very obvious. The 9 Nether used the immortal slaying sword to exchange for the authority of the Taishang demon. The Grand Supreme Elder did not comment on it and left it to the Great Master Xian Du to handle. In the end, the Great Master Xian Du agreed to the deal. If a general wishes to take something, he must first give it. This principle was the same for 9 Nether, and those who wanted to make use of 9 Nether to accomplish their own good deeds. For example, in the transaction between the Western Pure Lands and the 9 underworlds, they used the faceless Heavenly Devil's authority to exchange for the great Freedom Heavenly Devil's assistance. Not only was it for this fight, for the immortal execution array, but it was also to pave the way for what was to come. Therefore, when the Tao sect sought the immortal extermination formation and the 4 immortal extermination swords, the great Freedom Heavenly Demon of the 9 underworlds brought the immortal extermination ancient sword to the Tushita Palace. If Taoism kept the Taishang demon captive, the 9 Nether wouldn't be able to move, and the other parties wouldn't have a chance either. Opportunities needed to be created by everyone. Giving others a chance was also giving oneself a chance. Everyone was well aware of this. While they had a tacit understanding, they were also on guard against each other. As for who would succeed in the end, and who would be sacrificing for others, it would depend on their own luck and methods. Obviously, the Great Master Xian Du understood this logic and did the same. Although he was the Elder Lord's disciple, he still had to compete with others if he wanted to ascend to the Tao realm. It's not just one person, and it's not purely for the 9 Nether's plan either. They're just acting according to the situation, said Yang Jian. Yan Zhaoge nodded. That's right. Everything is intertwined, and everything is intertwined. An opportunity will appear in the midst of chaos. Didn't the orthodox Taoism rise again because they were constantly searching for opportunities in such an environment that affected all directions? If Taoism could really gain another Tao ancestor, the meaning would naturally be different. Are you also calculating this plan, Taoist? Asked Yan Zhaoge. Yang Jian shook his head. I've embarrassed myself. My path ahead is still a little blurry, and I haven't completely sorted it out. The opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm is most likely not in the 9 Nether's plan. However, if we can really gain another Tao ancestor, I'd be happy to see it happen. Although his strength was extremely strong, it didn't mean that he was prepared to ascend to the Tao realm. It was normal for people's situations to be different. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. He looked at Feng Yinsheng and pondered, 9 Nether. To them, they might still be far away from the Tao realm. However, this tribulation was closely related to them. Not only Feng Yinsheng, but also Nie Jingshin. The Elder Lord's attitude is equivalent to going with the flow. He didn't go against the Great Master Xian Du's intentions, but he doesn't intend to create a new Tao ancestor for Taoism. Yan Zhaoge retracted his thoughts and looked at Yang Jian. He doesn't seem to care about whether the 9 underworlds could establish the 12 devilish grand formation, whether the primordial heavenly devil would break out of the seal, or whether the doomsday heavenly devil would descend. Yang Jian said, the Elder Lord's thoughts are hard to predict. Whether he agrees or not, it wouldn't be surprising even if he rejects it. Taoist brother, you haven't made your preparations yet. May I know who's already prepared and waiting for the final step? Asked Yan Zhaoge. Among the people, the one who prepared the earliest should be the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Yang Jian answered, after the end of the ancient era, during the Middle Era, the Dipankara ancient Buddha should have already reached the final step of the grand heavenly realm. He only needed an opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm. However, this one step was the difference between the grand heavenly realm and the immortal realm and the Tao realm. They were two completely different concepts. I've heard others mention that the Dipankara ancient Buddha had spoiled the Maitreya Buddha's Tao path, causing the Maitreya Buddha to have no choice but to change his path, asked Yen Zhaoga, chapter 16:18. What happened to the Maitreya Buddha was indeed related to the Dipankara Buddha. After a short pause, Yang Jian continued, however, if I'm not wrong, this matter involves the game between several Tao ancestors. We can't blame it all on Dipankara ancient Buddha alone, but he definitely can't get away with it. Yang Jian smiled. The Dipankara Buddha didn't leave the Western Pure Lands for many years to prevent the Maitreya Buddha from finding trouble with him. Previously, the Dipankara Buddha personally went out to search the awakened sky cosmos with the sea calming pearl and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. It was also because the orthodox Taoism's resurgence was too strong. The Western Pure Lands and the demon race reached a certain degree of tacit understanding and compromise to suppress the orthodox Taoism. With such a background, in addition to the immeasurable heavenly Lord pestering the future Buddha after he obtained the humanly essence stone, the Dipankara Buddha was able to act so openly. Now that the immortal extermination formation was involved, the Dipankara Buddha didn't need to be so cautious anymore. After all, the vast freedom heavenly devil obstructed the Eastern Emperor Tai and helped the Amitabha Buddha. From the looks of it, if the Maitreya Buddha followed the right path and took over the Gautama Buddha's position, he would have blocked the Dipankara Buddha's path to the Tao realm, said Yang Jian. That's why he had to take action back then. Yen Di frowned. However, even if the Maitreya Buddha's path was destroyed, the Dipankara Buddha couldn't replace him. Xue Fei guessed. Destroying the Maitreya Buddha's path might only be one of the conditions for the Dipankara Buddha to succeed. It doesn't mean that he could replace him. However, if he didn't do it, he wouldn't have any hope. Of course, there's also another possibility. That is, Maitreya Buddha took revenge and blocked the original path of the Dipankara Buddha, causing the Dipankara Buddha to wait until now to change his path and seek opportunities related to the 9 underworlds. Although there were many guesses, it didn't change the fact. The Dipankara Buddha had already reached the pinnacle of the grand heavenly realm during the Middle Era. His strength might be inferior to the great sage equaling heavens, Mahamayuri, Yang Jian, and the others. However, he was undoubtedly the existence closest to the Tao realm. As long as he could take that step, he would be in a completely different world and have a completely different fate. After suffering for so many years, one could imagine how much importance the ancient Dipankara Buddha placed on this opportunity that concerned the 9 underworlds. Apart from Dipankara ancient Buddha, Uncle Master Xian Du should only be one step away, said Yang Jian. Great Taoist Xuandu, what did you exchange that Shakyamuni's Saraira for with the Dipankara ancient Buddha? Yen Zhaoga asked with interest. They were already aware of that deal. Therefore, he was not surprised when Mahamayuri appeared. The great sage, heaven's equals true body, had to undergo the baptism of Mahamayuri's 5-colored divine light before it could fuse with the earthly essence stone and return to its peak state. However, it would be best if he didn't run into Mahamayuri. While it was a good thing for the great sage equaling heaven's true body to return to his peak, there were too many repercussions. In Yen Zhaoga's mind, it would be better if he could decide the time himself and seek out Mahamayuri alone in the future. However, it was impossible for everything in the world to go as one wished. There were priorities, and when it was time to act, one had to act decisively. Since he had already taken action, Yen Zhaoga was naturally concerned about what the great Taoist Master Xian Du had gained from it. In the past, other than the ginseng fruit tree, Xin Yuanzi also possessed a top-notch treasure, said Yang Jian. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhaoga and the others understood. Earthly scripture? According to the legends, it was the prenatal layer of creation that was born alongside the heavens and earth when the world was created. Throughout the ages, the earthly scripture could be considered as one of the top-notch treasures. To be precise, it's half of the earthly scripture. Yang Jian explained, the earthly scripture was destroyed, and only a fragment was left. Dipankara, ancient Buddha, used this treasure to exchange for the Shakyamuni Saraira in the Tushita Palace. Yan Zhaoga nodded and fell into deep thought. Zhen Yuanzi was one of the top-notch bigwigs among the Taoism loose immortals in the past. He was one of the top-notch bigwigs in Taoism. After the Great Calamity, he disappeared without a trace. He was considered as one of the candidates for the immeasurable heavenly lord. However, after the battle for the immortal extermination formation, his suspicions had lessened significantly. Because of the Nine Bends Yellow River formation, although Yun Shao Fairy was there, she didn't transmit any more formations. For the immeasurable heavenly lord to be able to control this formation, he was most likely a bigwig of the heavenly court's divine palace. After all, others might not be sure, but Yan Zhaoga was very clear that the divine palace's martial repository had been completely destroyed at the beginning of the Great Calamity. Now that he knew that the earthly scripture was damaged, Zhen Yuanzi's disdain for it decreased further. However, he still couldn't eliminate his suspicions. Previously, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others had seen the figures fighting within the White Jade Door. It was very complicated. Perhaps only the people involved knew the truth. Does the great Taoist Xuandu have to use the earthly scripture fragment to ascend to the Tao realm? Yan Zhaoga pondered. Although I'm not sure what senior apprentice Uncle Xuandu plans to do, he seems to be waiting for the 9 underworlds to make a move with the earthly scripture fragment. Yang Jian said, although senior apprentice Uncle Xuandu has always kept a low profile, senior apprentice Uncle Xuandu has walked ahead of many others. Not only did he have a fortuitous encounter, but he also had his own reasons. Yan Zhaoga and the others nodded. The great Taoist Xuandu has obtained the Lord of Tao and Virtue's legacy. He's truly admirable. Yang Jian continued. Other than the Dipankara ancient Buddha and senior apprentice Uncle Xuandu, Taoist Lu Ye should be more or less done with his preparations. He used the Fushi Zither fragment to exchange for the fire seed devilish spirit within the jade illusory glazed lamp, said Yan Zhaoga. Previously, he had suspected that the fortune Yang Jian wanted to exchange for with the jade illusory glazed lamp might not have landed on the Dipankara ancient Buddha. In the end, he was right. The fire seed devilish spirit within the jade illusory glazed lamp originated from the jade clear Taoist sect's early years of subduing devils. After sending the third fire devil of that generation to perish, they accidentally harvested it and kept it within the lamp. This was something that Taoist Lu Ye had always wanted. Archaic demonic transformation, ancient Tao, medieval ancient Buddha. Yan Zhaoga had already understood the logic behind it. Taoist Lu Ye is going to walk on the devil's path again in this era. The other party was the essence of earlier heaven, leaf fire, if he wanted to transform into the devil's path. Only the authority of the third fire devil of the 6 great supreme devils could bear it. Yang Jian said, that's right. Taoist Lu Ye is planning to do so. According to my deductions, he would most likely find a suitable body for the third fire devil's reincarnation. Then he would make other plans. Perhaps he would secretly tamper with the reincarnation ritual, or he would simply take over the body. As one of the oldest grand heavenly realm experts in this world, Taoist Lu Ye, who was born during the earlier heaven, was even more ancient than the original third fire devil. Yan Zhaoga and Yang Jian didn't doubt that Taoist Luya, who had been planning for so many years, would have his own unique methods. Of course, the 9 underworlds wouldn't just sit by and watch. Only, it was still the same old saying. Giving others a chance was also giving oneself a chance. It wasn't unimaginable for both sides to reach a tacit agreement and trade. Yan Zhaoge and the others were thinking about this. What could they obtain from this tribulation? Chapter 16:19. If one were to target the 9 underworlds, the timing would depend on the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge pondered. However, the others could try to obstruct the 9 underworlds in order to buy time for themselves. Everyone's more or less prepared. Now is the time to act. If the 9 underworlds are prepared, and we aren't able to obstruct the 9 underworlds people, we wouldn't be able to make it in time. Yan Zhaoge pondered and said, of course, not being able to make it in time didn't mean that they had to stay out of it. There was an old saying, unable to accomplish anything, but capable of ruining everything. Those who were not prepared could totally obstruct and destroy those who were prepared. Otherwise, if the other party succeeded, they would have to face another Tao ancestor. There was no such thing as harming others without benefiting oneself. As long as one harmed others, it would definitely benefit oneself. Even if one didn't gain anything this time, they could still plan ahead and prepare for the next round. The intensity of this tribulation wouldn't be inferior to the battle for the immortal extermination formation. In fact, it might even surpass it. From a certain perspective, the Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others weren't only satisfied with splitting the immortal extermination 4 swords. They were also trying to increase their strength and solidify their foundations, which would increase their chances of winning in the upcoming battle for the Tao realm. Tao Lord Luya still has to search for a suitable body for the Devil of Fire to reincarnate. This isn't something that can be predicted. Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin. However, before the great calamity, or even before this era, he should have already been planning for this. He should be able to make it in time. Yan Di said plainly, perhaps he or the 9 underworlds will start this round. Either Tao Lord Luya was prepared and waited for the 9 underworlds with the others, or the 9 underworlds was also prepared and waited for Luya with the others. Comparatively speaking, the former was more likely. It might be a long wait. Yang Jian smiled. It's not impossible for some changes to happen during this period. Other than the Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Xuandu, and Tao Lord Luya, is there anyone else who reached the final step of the grand heavenly realm? Yan Zhaoge thought for a while and asked, how many Buddha's Sarairas does Mahamayuri have now? Did he manage to gather all of them? Yang Jian explained. According to Uncle Xiandu's words, there should be a total of 5 Buddha's Sarairas. I'm not sure how many Mahamayuri has, but it's definitely not all of them. During the war, Mahamayuri and the Rock of 10,000 cloudy miles had communicated with each other through sound transmission, so no one could hear them. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others did not know how many Sarairas Mahamayuri possessed, not knowing that the future Buddha possessed one. However, the ancient Dipankara Buddha still relied on the relic to exchange with Mahamayuri in order to fight for the immortal extermination formation. It could be imagined that after today, Mahamayuri would definitely not be able to gather enough relic. Otherwise, with Mahamayuri as a competitor, the ancient Dipankara Buddha would have a headache first. As Buddhist bigwigs, it's very likely that they're fighting for the same opportunity, and both of them will fall on the 9 underworlds. Yang, under to Tao Lord to the Yang Jian worlds. The Buddha God, all worlds. Yang Jian said, not many people know about the details. Such matters are usually kept secret. Due to everyone's attention, some information leaked out. No one would wish for the path they had painstakingly planned to be destroyed by others. Their future would be filled with nothing but hopelessness. For such matters, it was best to keep a low profile. Unfortunately, this was everyone's focus. It wasn't something that could be kept low profile. Not mentioning all sorts of divination, just one person's preparation and searching for some necessary items would be able to easily see through it. However, everyone still had to force themselves to continue. They couldn't give up on eating for fear of choking. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. No matter what, someone from Taoism is just a step away. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Even if that's the case, it's still unknown when this great tribulation and opportunity will arrive. Yang Jian said, "Before that, all we can do is continue to endure hardships and accumulate strength. Otherwise, when a fortuitous encounter arrives, it would only be for the benefit of others. At that time, we'll suffer a calamity and only have regrets left." After the three clear lineage obtained the immortal extermination formation, their situation changed greatly. They now had the confidence to stabilize themselves. However, they had to be cautious if they wanted to progress further. After all, no matter if it was the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Mahamayuri, or Tao Lord Luya, they might have the support of a Tao ancestor. The 9 underworlds, which everyone wanted to take a bite out of, at least had the freedom heavenly devil. It wasn't a pushover. As for the Elder Lord, he might not stand up for the great Taoist Xiandu if it was a real problem. It wouldn't really disappear just because it didn't exist. Thank you, Taoist, for dispelling my doubts. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Yang Jian. May you succeed. Thank you for your blessings. After bidding farewell to Yan Zhaoge and the others, his figure disappeared by the void. Yan Zhaoge and the others continued their journey. After walking by the void's boundless outskirts for a period of time and observing their surroundings, Yan Zhaoge and the others stopped by a universe. Let's do it here. Yan Zhaoge nodded towards Feng. Yunsheng, keep your sea calming pearl for now. Feng Yunsheng answered. All right. Yan Zhaoge took out the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's sea calming pearl. The pearl was incomparably heavy, and it flickered with 5-colored radiances. Compared to the past, the heavens and earth are different now. Yan Zhaoge took a deep breath, and the profundities of the heaven-opening scripture, Grand Commencement Divine Finger, and Dragon Han Tribulation scripture manifested simultaneously. The 5-colored radiances on the pearl were unprecedentedly dazzling, and they continuously expanded towards the surroundings. As the radiances flickered, the sea calming pearl also started expanding. The heaviness of a universe became more and more obvious, causing one's heart to palpitate. Under the continuous expansion, the 5-colored radiances gradually disappeared, and the sea calming pearl itself also disappeared. Only space continued expanding, suppressing the void outside. Within this universe, many empty spaces suddenly appeared, and the entire place was filled with darkness. As Yan Zhaoge activated his heaven-opening power, the darkness was dispelled, and an extremely dazzling radiance was born from within. The chaotic earth, water, fire, and wind followed closely behind the radiance, and continuously surged forward. Within the cosmos, layers upon layers of unstable space appeared like boiling water. Then they popped like bubbles, and more bubbles floated up. Under Yan Zhaoge's control, the chaotic earth, water, fire, and wind quickly calmed down and regained their calmness. The changes within the cosmos void stabilized, and it had its own rules. Then specks of starlight lit up, and stars of their own were born. While it couldn't move, it was an existence even more vast and majestic than the awakened sky cosmos, and it spanned across the void's boundless outskirts. It was grand and aboveboard. Chapter 16:20. Within the boundless void's outskirts, a brand new grand cosmos was opened up. Yan Zhaoge let out a long sigh and looked at the cosmos formed by the sea calming pearl. A look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes, and he looked at Feng Yunsheng, Yendi, Su Fei, and the others by his side. After the great calamity, the heavens were destroyed, and all creations were overturned. Us Taoism's descendants suffered a huge calamity. Today, we finally welcome a new beginning. He smiled and said, "Let's call this new starting point the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven." The others looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Gao Qingxian temporarily stayed in the Tushita Palace and served the incongruous Divine Mother, who was recuperating. Everyone present was of the broad Creed Mountains lineage. After hearing Yan Zhaoga's words, the past surfaced in their minds. In the past, when the broad Creed Mountain had just left the Eight Extremities world's lower realm and attempted to head to the world beyond worlds, their first stop was the Royal Reed Sea. That place's name originated from one of the Taoism's 36 heavens, the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. It was recorded in the World Beyond Worlds records. To the broad Creed Mountain, the Royal Reed Sea was a brand new starting point. Now, a new chapter had begun here. The impregnable pass is as tough as steel. "Now we're stepping forward," said Yan Zhaoga emotionally. As space warped, another vast cosmos gradually manifested. It was the awakened sky cosmos. Previously, Yan Zhaoga's North Ocean clone had left and returned to the awakened sky cosmos. After contacting Xue Chuqing and the others, they gathered at the awakened sky cosmos. After expanding into the awakened sky cosmos, many of the Pill Hall's original functions were weakened. Now that we have the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, the Pill Hall can be more relaxed, Yan Zhaoga said. However, it's still not the time for us to be complacent. We shouldn't get carried away. For safety's sake, let's let the Pill Hall continue drifting outside. Feng Yunsheng said, "With the immortal extermination formation, other forces wouldn't dare to oppress us Taoism's descendants. We have the confidence to compete or trade with them on equal grounds. However, correspondingly, other forces would pay more attention to us. In fact, we might even attract the Tao ancestors' full attention. With the Pill Hall hiding within the void, it's no longer safe." "That's right. All the rules have to be overturned." Yan Zhaoga smiled. "The necessary caution is still necessary. Still, we can begin advancing." The awakened sky cosmos and the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven drew closer to each other. The formless boundaries of the two cosmoses started to come into contact with each other, pushing and repelling each other. However, they gradually formed something like a door that connected the two cosmoses. The various worlds in the awakened sky cosmos began to show signs of migration towards Zhu Luo's Royal Reed Heaven. As Yan Zhaoga presided over the ceremony, his heart jolted slightly. "It's Taoist brother Chen Gaochen," said Feng Yunsheng. As Yan Zhaoga and the others turned their heads, they saw that a brand new universe was currently being established in a faraway place amidst the void's boundless outskirts. The source was the same as the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, the sea calming pearl. Ever since the Tao universe and the world beyond worlds were invaded and occupied by the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court, the North Star Emperor had also rebuilt the universe. Moreover, not only could this universe be used to nurture new Taoist talents, it could also become Emperor Gaochen's new cave abode. Currently, Taoism's heavenly immortals could already exist in the world. They no longer needed to drift and sleep with the void's outskirts. After the goddess of Wudong's injuries stabilized and she recovered some essence energy, she would naturally use the sea calming pearl in her hand to open up a new universe and a new Tao field. Apart from replacing Fairy Yun Shao to take turns to support the immortal vanquishing array, she could stay in her new cave abode or walk in the world. The Cloud Sky Fairy was in the same situation as the Incongruence Divine Mother and the North Star Emperor. When it was the Incongruence Divine Mother's turn to be on duty, she would rebuild the 3 Immortal Islands Foundation. Previously, although Feng Yinsheng didn't need to hide within the void, she still had to conceal her aura and hide within Yan Zhaoga's right pupil. Now, there was no problem for her to walk alongside Yan Zhaoga and the others. Yan Zhaoga turned his head and smiled at Feng Yinsheng. They turned their heads to the other side. There, flames suddenly lit up within the void. The boundless sea of flames seemed to have illuminated the surrounding universe. Even the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, the awakened sky cosmos, and the North Star Emperor's newly established cosmos were dyed fiery red. A tall, short-haired man walked out of the sea of flames and arrived in front of everyone. He was the exalted fire luminary, Suo Mingzhang. Senior Suo, Taoist Suo, Yan Zhaoga, and the others greeted him. After returning their greetings, Suo Mingzhang said, "I'm here to receive Jun Huang." "Senior Suo, please follow me," said Yan Zhaoga. Then he brought Suo Mingzhang into the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. The group traversed through the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven's cosmos and arrived at the sky beyond skies. When they arrived at the broad Creed Mountain Range's bright connection valley, they saw 2 Tsanghua divine trees, one tall and one short, standing between the heavens and the earth as if they were reaching the heavens. The moment Suo Mingzhang stepped into the sky beyond skies, the taller Tsanghua divine tree suddenly bloomed with white flowers amidst its blue branches and leaves without any warning. The flowers looked like a snowflake. As the flowering tree swayed without any wind, the melodious sound of wind chimes resounded within the bright connection valley. Suo Mingzhang appeared under the tree and looked at the Tsanghua divine tree in front of him. He opened his palm, and snowflake petals fell onto his palm. The short-haired man remained silent. He stood on the spot and didn't move for a long time. Yan Zhaoga and the others, as well as Xue Chuqing, who rushed over from the broad Creed Mountain's main peak, stood silently by the side and looked at the 2 towering divine trees. After a long time, Suo Mingzhang turned around and nodded towards Yan Zhaoga and the others. Then, with a wave of his hand, a halo enveloped the taller Tsanghua divine tree and brought it away, disappearing from the sky beyond skies. He exited the sky beyond skies, left the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, and arrived at the void's outskirts. Then he took out his sea calming pearl. Then this sea calming pearl stood side by side with the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven and the North Star Emperor's cosmos. It formed a brand new universe, which was spread out within the void's outskirts. Suo Mingzhang entered it and tapped on a bubble that hadn't stabilized yet. The bubble expanded. Clear air floated upwards to form the sky, while turbid air sank downwards to form the ground. A brand new world was formed. The tall Tsanghua divine tree rooted itself into the ground once again. Suo Mingzhang sat in a lotus position under the tree. He raised his head and looked at the divine tree's gently swaying branches and leaves. His gaze was lonely and distant. The Taoism's 3 great universes were opened at the same time. They were spread across the void's boundless outskirts, and could be seen from afar. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of various parties. One after another, powerful auras appeared from afar and silently observed the scene. However, no one stopped or interfered. In fact, no one even came close. After losing the immortal extermination formation, it won't be the same anymore. Within the Astral Mountain's Starry Sea's Grand Essence Heaven, atop the ancient Fusang tree, Taoist Luya didn't move after receiving the news. Instead, he shook his head. Unlocking the golden lock and releasing the flood dragon, the group of great demons in front of him remained silent. Chapter 16:21. In the grand essence heaven, on the Fusang divine tree, Tao Lord Luya shook his head. The great demons in front of him were silent. The face of the leader, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, was so dark that it seemed as if it would drip water at any moment. Between him and the other Tao sect martial artists, it was not only a competition between their respective backgrounds and forces, but also a personal grudge. His only son, Fuluazi, perished under the incomplete immortal extermination formation laid down by Yen Zhaoga and the others. All these years, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge, but he had never been able to do so. At this moment, the newly established Tao heaven was right there in the open. However, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles needed to think twice before acting. In response to Tao Lord Luya's sigh, he felt extremely stifled, but all he could do was remain silent. After a long time, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles said, "I'll go to the central blessed lands of Saha and see if I can exchange for that Buddha Sarira from Maitreya Buddha. While the great sage equaling heavens is strong, he isn't the real him. The three clear lineage might not be able to continue manifesting his true form." The rock's voice was hoarse and ferocious. No, for a very long time, they won't be able to manifest the true body of the great sage equaling heaven. Mahamayuri's strength is so great that even I admit my inferiority. However, while the three clear lineage does not have the great sage equaling heavens, the others are not to be underestimated. Tao Lord Luya sighed softly. If I let Yang Jian go and fight Mahamayuri one-on-one, even if he's no match for him, I'm afraid the outcome will not be decided in a short time. I don't have the immortal slaying flying saber to restrain him for a long time. Luya shook his head. This lad is indeed extraordinary. Although the previous battle was just a flash, I can see that he is gradually finding a way to deal with the immortal slaying flying dagger. The more he fights, the more fearless he is. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' expression was as calm as still water. After a moment of silence, he said, "If it's just my brother, he might be alone, but if there are others helping him, the situation will be different. If not for the fact that we were pressed for time, it would have been impossible for the three clear lineage to succeed in obtaining the immortal extermination formation." He said slowly, "Without the immortal extermination formation, the three clear lineage wouldn't be able to withstand the encirclement of many sections. The existence of the immortal extermination formation had completely changed the situation of the Tao sects, but on the other hand, it was more of a deterrent. This was especially so for the Tao Fathers, forming a tacit agreement to restrain each other. From a certain perspective, this restriction was mutual. It was the same for the Tao Ancestor and the Immortal Vanquishing Array. If Tao Realm experts didn't interfere, then those below Tao Realm would have to depend on the experts' abilities. Before coming here, I contacted the Grand Sage of Nine Spirit and the others to return. Tao Lord Luya said calmly, "If Randang is smart, he'll make the same decision. The war between the central blessed lands of Saha and the immortal court is unavoidable. However, no matter what happens in the future between us and the Western Pure Lands, it's best for us to temporarily stop the war. As for the three clear lineage, it's still too early to say. Let's observe for now." Hearing Immortal Luya's words, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles expression darkened. However, he did not say anything. As the group of demons conversed, a dark cloud passed through the vast starry sky of the Astro Mountains' starry sea and landed in the grand essence heaven. The dark clouds that blotted out the sky shrunk when they entered the grand plainness heaven. They first headed towards the plains of Chestnut, and a moment later, they left the plains of Chestnut and descended towards the Fusang divine tree. As the dark clouds retracted, They stopped on the tree trunk, facing Dowlord Luya, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, and the other great demons. Amidst the hazy clouds, a tall figure with a lion's head and a human body appeared. What was even more terrifying was that the person's body seemed to have 9 lion heads. The lion heads were ferocious, but they weren't ferocious. Their auras were orderly, and they stood tall. However, the 18 lion eyes flickered with sanguine radiance, as if they were 18 deep and ice-cold pools of blood. He was the grand sage of Nine Spirit, the 9-headed lion under the Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord. After the great calamity, the Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord suffered a tribulation, while the grand sage of Nine Spirit managed to survive and entered the Astro Mountains' starry sea. He had been living in seclusion for years and had only recently come out of seclusion. Previously, he didn't participate in the battle for the immortal extermination formation. Instead, he led a portion of the demon race and continued fighting against the Western Pure Lands Guanyin Bodhisattva, Unbreakable Vajra, and other Buddhist banties. Now that the battle for the immortal extermination formation had come to an end, the situation had changed, and the war between the demon race and the Western Pure Lands had temporarily come to an end. Thus, the Grand Sage of Nine Spirit led the other great demons and temporarily retreated to the Astro Mountains' starry seas. Taoist, Nine Spirit, have you completed your mission with the Eastern Monarch? Asked Dowlord Luya. The Grand Sage of Nine Spirit, who had a lion's head and a human body, replied, "That's right." He looked at Dowlord Luya, then at the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Are you going to stop the war with the Western Pure Lands and join forces against the Orthodox Taoism? It's still too early to say how we're going to treat the 3 clear lineage, Dowlord Luya said. However, at least for the time being, we shouldn't be tangling with the Western Pure Lands too much. We just have to keep an eye on the Immortal Court and the central blessed lands of Saha. As he spoke, Luya smiled. In any case, if we don't interfere and the Western Pure Lands doesn't interfere, the central blessed lands of Saha will definitely gain the upper hand. The Grand Sage of Nine Spirits figure seemed to be shrouded in dark clouds. No matter what decision you make, I won't mind. However, don't count me in if the Orthodox Taoism is in trouble. This old man has no intention of getting involved in either side. It's just that the lives of a few of my grandsons were lost in the hands of traveling monk Sunday. He became the victorious fighting Buddha and is currently in the Western Pure Lands. This old man wishes to take revenge for my grandsons' deaths. So I came out of the mountains to make a trip. Dowlord Luya shook his head and said, "It's fine. Taoist, Nine Spirit, please go ahead." Farewell. The 9-headed lion's figure vanished into the dark clouds and flew away from the propping mulberry tree. After the Grand Sage of Nine Spirit left, Luya's expression remained calm. He looked at the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and the other great demons and said, "Keep an eye on the 3 clear lineage, but don't act recklessly." Although the great demons, including the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, were unwilling, they knew that the current situation wasn't stable and needed further observation. After hearing Dowlord Luya's words, they nodded and dispersed. Dowlord Luya sat on the tree branch and closed his eyes in deep thought. After a while, he opened his eyes. The Golden Crow Sage appeared and stood beside him. "Send this to the 3 clear lineage," said Dowlord Luya as he took out a scarecrow. An arrow was nailed in between the scarecrow's brows. Its blood had dried and turned black. Wudong knows the method herself. This can help her recover faster. Help me pass a message to her. I have something that she's interested in, said Dowlord Luya as he handed the scarecrow to the Golden Crow Sage. The Golden Crow Sage received it respectfully and flew away from the propping mulberry tree. Dowlord Luya smiled and muttered to himself, "Since things are different now, I can't judge people with my old standards. I have to be more prepared. At the same time, in the Western Pure Lands within the Dipankara ancient Buddha's Pure Land, the ancient Buddha was conversing with the Bodhisattva Guanyin, the unbreakable Vajra, the victorious fighting Buddha, and the other Buddhas. Right now, the three clear lineage is in a more comfortable situation than us, said the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Chapter 16:22. In front of the Dipankara ancient Buddha, numerous Buddhas stood with different expressions. After hearing Dipankara's words, the Buddhist Bhantes nodded silently. With the immortal extermination formation, Orthodox Taoism had the confidence to contend against the other factions. They no longer had to hide and struggle passively. They could now advance and retreat freely. They could either defend or attack, turning from passivity into initiative. They could take the initiative to advance, and they could continue hiding and slowly develop. They were unlike the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. In order to develop, they had to expand their territory, increase their population, and accumulate faith power. Conflicts with other factions were unavoidable. As they walked the same path, they were the most direct competitors, as well as the best targets for each other. War could also consolidate and gather faith and incense. From a certain perspective, the two heretic heretics would engage in a large-scale war every 100 years. Even if the final victor could not be determined, it was still necessary. Due to various reasons, if the war between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus entered the decisive stage, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race would not sit idly by. The orthodox Taoism that had been struggling to survive in the past could now reap the spoils of war after obtaining the immortal extermination formation. Compared to the Western Pure Lands and the demon race, the orthodox Taoism was much more at ease. One wrong step leads to many wrong steps. The indestructible Vajra Buddha said, "Previously we were too lenient towards the three clear lineage. Now that we can't get rid of them, even if we were to ally with the demon race to deal with them, we would have to hold back." Whether they were willing or not, the current orthodox Taoism was already a colossus on the same level as the Western Pure Lands and the Astro Mountains' starry seas. Even if a few factions worked together to destroy such a colossus, they would have to pay a certain price. The problem was, who would bear the price? Not a single faction would be able to do so. Even if they did not perish along with orthodox Taoism, they would not be able to withstand the attacks of the other factions if they were to face a huge blow to their vitality. At the end of the day, their clans were enemies with each other. We were too greedy and wanted to obtain the complete immortal extermination formation. We ended up nurturing a tiger. The Dipankara Buddha admitted his mistake. I have yet to see through the three poisons of greed, aversion, and obsession. The indestructible Vajra Buddha shook his head. You're being too serious, ancient Buddha. It's just that we need to control the conflict between the immortal court and the White Lotus heretics. Otherwise, we'll only give the three clear lineage more opportunities to take advantage of. We should just wait for the 9 underworld's tribulation to end before we fight against the demon race and purge the heretics. However, the immortal court is still too weak against the White Lotus heretics. The group of Buddhist venerables put their palms together and chanted softly. The Dipankara ancient Buddha also sighed and smiled. It's a late start. It's already commendable to be where it is today. Buddha Guanyin, Bodhisattva Buddha, said, Ma, Buddha, my Buddha, and said, the Bodhisattva Guanyin said, fortunately, we have the green lotus flag to defend against my Buddha. However, we still have to be careful. The slightest mistake could cause the situation to collapse. Like the yellow almond flag, the green lotus flag could also defend against my Buddha's 5-colored divine light. However, as the defending side, they had lost the initiative. Against others, he could still cope with the changes by remaining calm. but against an expert like Mahamayuri, the slightest carelessness could lead to a complete collapse in a very short period of time, not giving his opponent a chance to react. Since they know that we have the green lotus flag, my Buddha wouldn't be able to do anything to us. The white lotus heretics wouldn't waste their chance so easily. The Dipankara Buddha said, although the immortal court is weak against the white lotus heretics, it wouldn't be easy for my Buddha to find an opportunity if they are cautious and focused on stabilizing themselves. However, we have to pay attention to the three clear lineage. They will continue to stir up trouble. The Dipankara Buddha looked at the Buddhist Bhantis before him. The great sage equaling heaven's true body won't be able to reappear within a short period of time. However, we have to pay close attention to Yang Jian, Suo Mingzhang, and Feng Yunxing's movements. Yang Jian didn't need to say much. Excluding the great sage equaling heavens, Yang Erlang was currently Taoism's strongest overarching heavenly immortal. Even if he wasn't as close to the Tao realm as the great master Xiandu, his individual strength was still superior. Against my Buddha, the outcome of the battle was still uncertain. Among the active experts, he, the great sage equaling heavens, and my Buddha could be considered as the top 3 experts beneath the Tao realm. Previously, during the battle for the immortal extermination formation, Suo Mingzhang forcefully resisted the Dipankara Buddha, who possessed the 24 heavens sea calming pearl. His name shook the world once again. Only 100 years had passed since he ascended to the grand heavenly realm. As for Feng Yunxing, she had only ascended to the grand heavenly realm for around 50 years. However, she was already unafraid of the likes of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and Yuan Hong. She had practically replicated Suo Mingzhang's legend. What was more noteworthy was the fact that with her strength, not only was she proficient in ambushes and assassinations, but she was also proficient in them. As such, her threat level would increase exponentially. Most people would have to pay extra attention to her and be on guard against her. Other than the 3 of them, Yen Zhaoge and his son had also ascended to the grand virtual realm, said the Dipankara Buddha. The Buddhas of the blessed lands said, "You don't have to remind us. We're all aware of it." The Dipankara Buddha nodded silently. Will the immortal court take the risk and attack the 9 underworlds? Asked the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva. The 9 underworlds' evil devils could be enlightened as well. The Dipankara Buddha, Taoist Luya, great Taoist Xiandu, and the others had a tacit understanding with the 9 underworlds. They would give each other a chance and wait for the final moment to arrive to fight for the greatest opportunity. However, the immortal court had no such need. Although the 3 clear lineage is no longer a pushover, and the 9 underworlds is more of a taboo, if we don't help them, the immortal court would have no advantage against the 9 underworlds. The Dipankara Buddha smiled. As for the 9 underworlds, we still have to be careful. The indestructible Vajra Buddha said, while you, Taoist Luya, and the others have made arrangements, we still have to prevent the 9 underworlds from taking advantage of the situation. The 3 clear lineage is a good example. The Dipankara Buddha said, "You're right, I'll be careful." After discussing for a while, the group of Buddhas took their leave. The Guanyin Bodhisattva watched the victorious fighting Buddha's silhouette disappear. Then she turned around and looked at the Dipankara Buddha. She wanted to say something, but stopped herself. "I know what you're thinking. If we can't eliminate them, we shouldn't make them our enemies." The Dipankara Buddha said, although the conflict between the 3 clear lineage and the immortal court is almost irreconcilable, if the timing is right, we can use the 3 clear lineage to help us. At the very least, we can try to make some deals like Mahamayuri did. He let out a long sigh, which was similar to Taoist Luya, who was far away in the Astro Mountains' starry seas. The situation is different now. It's not that easy to suppress the 3 clear lineage. We have to change our methods. Chapter 16:23. The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at the Bodhisattva and said with a smile, "It's not appropriate for me and the others to show up. I'll have to trouble you to interact with us. And the three clear lineage. I hope there's a suitable time." The Bodhisattva shook her head and sighed before leaving. The Dipankara ancient Buddha watched her leaving silhouette and retracted his gaze after a while. 18 glowing five-colored pearls appeared in front of him. Looking at the sea-calming pearl that was missing a quarter, the ancient Buddha shook his head and smiled. Then he kept the pearl. Sitting on the lotus, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's expression was calm. His gaze no longer fluctuated. His eyes were slightly closed, as if they were extinguished. No matter if it was the western Pure Lands or the Astro Mountain's starry seas, they all remained silent after receiving the news of the three clear lineage establishing the Taoism myriad heavens, the immortal court, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus that had been actively suppressing the orthodox Taoism didn't make any noise. The three new Tao universes swaggered about and existed openly in the void's outskirts. However, the other forces seemed to have ignored this fact. Compared to thousands of years ago, when the Taoism universe, the world beyond worlds, and the roving jade heavens were established, they experienced a long and bloody battle. In the dark times that the orthodox Taoism had experienced after the Great Calamity, they had paid an immeasurable price to finally be able to find a stable place to settle down and develop. After all, there were very few hidden and stable places like the Jade Spring world. Most of the time, the people of Taoism would struggle to survive within the cracks. People like Li Xingba and Taoist Crimson Mist lived in seclusion. Even if no one went to suppress them, it was obviously impossible for them to develop and spread their lineage. Immortal realm experts with their cultivation would naturally be fine if they were to leave the mortal world. However, the selection of successors and the nurturing of successors couldn't be separated from the mortal world. Only with sufficient population could a small number of outstanding geniuses emerge. Only with sufficient stability in the middle and lower levels could they continuously produce new blood. Today, the orthodox Taoism lineage no longer had to worry about such issues. Suo Mingzhong, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the other Taoism heavenly lords didn't have to continue drifting within the void's outskirts. They reopened their abodes and lived here peacefully. At the same time, it also meant that more martial arts inheritances would be passed down, more people would be born, and more human worlds would be established. From then on, the Taoist martial artists could walk in the endless void of the outer realm. Although they were not without scruples, they did not need to hide like stray dogs and worry about being besieged and pursued. There were more resources and more treasures. Whether or not they could compete with the other factions was another matter. At the very least, they could openly compete with others with their own abilities. He no longer had to worry about enemies of a higher level appearing all of a sudden, but he didn't have any big shots backing him up. No matter how high he was, he could not be a Tao realm mighty figure. In the past, the biggest embarrassment of the Tao sect martial artists was that they did not have a Tao ancestor who could stabilize the situation. Although it still did not exist, the immortal execution formation had changed the situation. The overall situation was indeed different. Seeing Suo Mingzhong taking away the Tsanghua divine, tree formed by Xiao Junwang slew, Yin Zhaoge, and the others were filled with emotions. Now, everything was the expectation of the predecessors of Taoism like Xiao Junhuang after the Great Calamity. One couldn't reach 1,000 miles without taking small steps. It was precisely because of the efforts of generations after generations that the glimmer of light finally grew stronger. In the end, it turned into the sun rising from the east and started dispelling the darkness and coldness. Yan Zhaoge opened his palm, and an indistinct radiance rose up. It gradually expanded and turned into a huge wheel of light. After the radiance dissipated, a black iron wheel appeared on Yan Zhaoge's hand. There were 12 holes on the wheel. It was the Great Netherworld Wheel. The huge black iron wheel continuously rotated. Currently, the Tsanghua divine tree that was left in the bright Connection Valley had countless blue flowers blooming without any signs. The blue flower petals floated down like fine snowflakes and landed on the black iron wheel. Yendi also extended his hand and tapped lightly. A red radiance appeared on his fingertip. The red radiance expanded and enveloped the bright Connection Valley. This red radiance originated from the immortal trapping sword. Yendi intercepted it and kept it with him. The dark red radiance transformed into a curtain, presenting an eternal scene. A man in purple and a woman in white stood side by side with their backs facing Yan Zhaoge and the others. The man in purple held the sword in his left hand, while the woman in white held the sword in her right hand. Her left hand was linked with the man's right hand. Other than the back view in front of Yan Zhaoge and the others, they could also see the man and woman looking at each other. They revealed half of their faces and smiled. That was the final back view of Yendi's parents, Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian, as recorded in the immortal trapping sword. The sword Buddha in the scene had already been eliminated by Yendi, leaving only his parents. Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian had sacrificed the Jade Cauldron's corpse and the immortal trapping sword. As a result, their remains weren't left behind. Yendi could only build a cenotaph as a memento, and this dark red sword light always accompanied by his side. Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Yan Di, Xue Chuqing, Su Fei, and the others all had solemn expressions on their faces and bowed solemnly. Grandfather, grandmother, exalted wood, dim radiant and bright connection seniors, and other Taoism seniors, your past efforts weren't in vain. We've succeeded. Yan Zhaoge muttered softly. The number of Taoism experts who perished during and after the Great Calamity was uncountable. Currently, Yan Zhaoge and the others already knew a lot about the situation through Yang Jian, Yun Shao Fairy, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Xuandu Great Taoist Master, and the others. The Jade Clear Lineage, the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, the Jade Cauldron Cultivated Deity, the Lord of Taoism, and other bigwigs had suffered heavy casualties. Within the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, one of the 4 Imperials, the Earth Queen had perished. Among the 3 Sky Fairies, other than Yun Shao Fairy, Qiong Shao Fairy, and Bai Shao Fairy had perished. The former Prime Clear Lineage's pinnacle bigwig, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's head of the Fighting Division, the Golden Spirit Divine Mother, had perished as well. One of the proudest descendants of the Prime Clear Lineage's 3rd generation, the Lord of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Thunder Division, the 9 Heavens Responding Thunder, Heavenly Lord Wenzhong, had perished following in the footsteps of his master, the Golden Spirit Divine Mother. The original owner of the 24C Calming Pearls, the Prime Clear Bigwig Zhao Gongming, had also escaped the investiture of the gods during the Great Calamity. However, he had the same fate as Qiong Shao Fairy and Bai Shao Fairy, the Zhenwu Devil-Rinsing Heavenly Lord, Longevity God Lord, Venus Star Lord. There were countless of them. Some perished during the Great Calamity, while some perished for the sake of Taoism's revival after the Great Calamity. For example, the Incongruence Divine Mother had almost become one of them during the fight for the immortal extermination formation. Yan Zhaoge looked at Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian's back view. He looked at the great underworld wheel formed by Yin Tianxia's corpse. He looked at the Tsanghua Divine tree formed by Hu Yuexin's corpse. He looked at the silhouettes that gradually appeared in front of him. While he felt disappointed, he also felt a little relieved. Although we haven't been able to clear away the heretics and other enemies, our Taoism's revival has already begun. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, "The golden age will arrive as everyone wishes." Chapter 16:24. Although Taoism's situation had drastically changed, it wasn't the time to be complacent. There was still a long way to go before Taoism's flourishing era could return to its former glory. If they made a mistake along the way, today's good atmosphere might turn into nothing. Yan Zhaoge and the others were aware of this. They didn't lose their morale or their cautiousness. After paying their respects to the ancestors, they left the bright Connection Valley. In the past, I once swore to the dim radiant wheel beneath the Tsanghua divine tree. I wanted all those who besieged dim radiant Yin to perish under the dim radiant wheel, so that the dim radiant will could personally take revenge, Yan Zhaoge said as he walked. Unfortunately, when I went to the heretics' territories to look for He Mian, I didn't have much time. I didn't have the time to look for them one by one. He lowered his head and looked at the radiant wheel in his palm. I'll have to make up for this in the future. Naturally, we have to do what we have to do. However, don't be too hasty, said Shui Chuqing. Don't worry. I understand. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Taoism was busy rebuilding the myriad heavens and expanding their territories. While attracting the attention of other forces, they were also paying attention to the outside world. The Western Pure Lands and the Astral Mountains' starry seas had stopped fighting. For the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the immeasurable heavenly Lord, and the future Buddha no longer showed themselves. Only the two heretics experts were still fighting against each other. However, the intensity of the war was also decreasing. The future Buddha could finally refine the humanly essence stone fragment. The war between the two heretics for 100 years had finally ended, and they entered a new period of peace. While there would still be conflicts between them, and small-scale battles would continue, the large-scale war would have to wait for the next round. Taoism's revival naturally attracted the two heretics' vigilance and vigilance. The next round of war would require a new opportunity. Otherwise, it would be hard for them to fight again within the next few years. However, for the current orthodox Taoism, they didn't need to rely on the conflict between the two parties to carry out their activities. Of course, for Yan Zhaoge and the others, it would be best if they could continue watching while their enemies fought against each other. If the demon race and Orthodox Buddhism don't interfere, the blessed lands of the White Lotus's advantage is still greater than the immortal court's. Yan Zhaoge said, the immortal court isn't aggressive enough. However, if they focus on defending, they wouldn't suffer a huge loss. At most, they would give up some immortal territories and shrink their territories. Let's just let nature take its course, Shui Fei muttered. On one hand, the orthodox Tao sects had just obtained the immortal extermination formation, and the other enemies were at their most wary. They kept their fangs and were wary of the movements of the orthodox Tao sects. At this moment, if the three clear lineage were to continue pressuring them, even if their opponents were unwilling, they might be stimulated to the point of taking a risk. On the other hand, the situation was now in a delicate balance. If the three clear lineage were to help the blessed lands of the White Lotus beat up the immortal court, the blessed lands of the White Lotus would definitely be happy. The immortal court would soon collapse. But in that case, the immeasurable heavenly Lord would no longer have any apprehensions and would no longer fear the immortal extermination array. In the end, the blessed lands of the White Lotus would obtain the greatest benefits. Of course, letting nature take its course didn't mean that the orthodox Taoism, the immortal court, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus would live in harmony. It wasn't that he didn't want revenge. It was just that the time had not come yet. Currently, the most urgent matter for the orthodox Taoism was to utilize the safety of the environment to further develop themselves and accumulate their strength. The Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others are waiting for the fortune of the 9 underworlds. Yen Zhaoga's gaze was deep. To us, this matter is of utmost importance. If the 3 clear lineage had another Tao realm bigwig other than the Elder Lord, the situation would be entirely different. The great Taoist Xiandu's fortune of ascending to the Tao realm is also within the 9 underworlds, said Feng Yunsheng slowly, directly competing against the Dipankara Buddha and the others. That was why they were so focused on the immortal extermination formation. The immortal extermination formation's existence was an important source of confidence for the upcoming Tao realm fortune. The Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others had the same thought, which was why they took the risk. In the end, they were one step behind. To a certain extent, the fight for the immortal extermination formation was the prelude for the upcoming battle of the Great Tao. The battle of the Great Tao would become crueler and more intense. A Tao ancestor alone couldn't deal with the immortal extermination formation. Only 4 Tao realm bigwigs could break through the formation. However, on the other hand, the immortal extermination formation couldn't deal with Tao realm bigwigs. Even if there were 400 immortal extermination formations, they still wouldn't be able to harm a Tao ancestor. This was the difference between the immortal extermination formation and Tao realm bigwigs. Strictly speaking, while the immortal extermination formation could defeat grand heavenly immortals, it was still in existence below the Tao realm. Yen Zhaoga and the others were extremely clear about this point. Looking at the overall situation, we're currently looking for a chance to initiate an attack. However, our overall strategy is to defend. Yen Zhaoga lightly tapped on his temple. In the past, they couldn't even defend themselves. They could only move around and make use of the enemy's conflicts to take advantage of the situation. Now that they had the immortal extermination formation, they could stand their ground and fight against their enemies on equal grounds. However, overall, they were still in a defensive position. If the Orthodox Taoism could have another Tao ancestor other than the Grand Supreme Elder, they might be able to usher in a strategic counterattack and start to take the initiative. That was naturally the prosperous scene that Xiao Junhuang, Hu Yuexin, and the others had been looking forward to. It's still the same old saying. Either you try to make yourself stronger, or you make the enemy weaker. Yen Zhaoga pondered and said, think of a way to hinder Dipankara and immortal Lu. Yen Di said mildly, it's not just the Dipankara ancient Buddha and Tao Lord Luya. In order to prevent others from interfering, those who are attempting to ascend to the Tao realm would often keep their cultivation and fortuitous encounters a secret. Randeng, Luya, and the great Taoist Master Xian are publicly acknowledged to be the closest to the Tao realm. However, it's not impossible for the others. The 3 of them might not be the only ones who are plotting for the opportunity of the 9 nether. Yen Di said, moreover, it is still hard to say when the outcome of this round will be decided. Everyone is fighting for it. That's right. Although everyone is rearing the 9 nether like a pig and preparing to slaughter it for the new year, just like what Yang Erlang said, the 9 nether is a wild boar. It might turn around and kill the hunter at any time. Yen Zhaoga smacked his head and laughed self-mockingly. Didn't the others suffer a loss at our hands during the immortal extermination formations round? After letting out a long sigh, he said, using the immortal extermination formation, we obtained the hard-earned environment for development. Naturally, we have to make good use of it. Moreover, the environment wasn't good in the past. Everyone was hiding and living in seclusion. Yen Zhaoga touched his chin Now that the environment is different, will there be some good news for us after the news spreads out? Chapter 16:25. Although many Taoism bigwigs' deaths were confirmed, there were still people whose whereabouts were unknown. Yen Zhaoge and the others naturally hoped that more of their fellow Taoists survived. However, the void's boundless outskirts was too vast, and it wasn't easy to find them. Even if there were, it wouldn't be possible to understand the changes in the environment within a short period of time. Previously, they had been hidden for so many years, and no one could find them. This meant that their communication with the outside world was limited. Others couldn't find them, and it was hard for them to get in touch with the outside world. When they found out about the changes in Orthodox Taoism's environment, it would take a long time. They might not even realize it even after many years. Regarding this, Yen Zhaoge and the others could only hope for the best. Right. Do you have any special intentions for leaving behind another sea calming pearl? Su Fei asked Yen Zhaoge. I don't have any special intentions. After a while, I'll open up a cosmos for humans to live in, said Yen Zhaoge. However, I have some ideas regarding this cosmos and the various worlds within. I intend to give it a try. Oh, what do you mean? Everyone's interest was piqued. Yen Zhaoge touched his chin. We all know that the heretics are opportunistic and have many flaws. Although I don't agree with them, there are some things that we have to face. The heretics improve faster and easier than us. Although they can't produce top-notch experts, at least in the profound immortal realm, they have a huge advantage in terms of numbers, especially in such a short period of time. Feng Yunsheng and the others quietly listened to Yen Zhaoge's words without interrupting or questioning him. They have a lot of flaws, but there's one thing that I think is worth discussing. Yen Zhaoge spread his palms. The heretic's entry threshold is much lower than ours. The Orthodox Taoism's path of martial arts had certain requirements for one's aptitude and talent. It was a fact that hard work could make up for one's lack of talent. However, there was another type of reality. People who were more talented than you were also more hardworking than you. Other than that, a person's natural lifespan had a limit. When one's martial cultivation reached a certain realm, their lifespan would increase accordingly. Even if hard work could make up for one's lack of talent, most of the time, this lack of talent had a minimum limit. Otherwise, the natural law of dying of old age would eliminate most people. In this aspect, the Orthodox Buddhist sects might be slightly better than the Taoist sections. Although some dharmic formulations also tested one's perception, there were still some dharmic formulations that focused more on one's willpower and bitter cultivation. However, one thing that had to be recognized was that people with extraordinary willpower were actually still in the minority. From the perspective of the entry threshold, the popularity of the heretics was much higher than that of the Orthodox Taoism and Buddhism, while from Yen Zhaoge's point of view, the heretic cultivation techniques had some problems here and there. It was still a huge advantage for them to be widely spread. Looking at them, I often wonder if there's any way to lower the entry requirements for our Orthodox Taoism. Yen Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Feng Yunsheng, Yen Di, and the others exchanged looks. By saying this, you have an idea? Not really. That's why I've decided to give it a try. Yen Zhaoge shook his head. Could it be that you want to imitate the netherworld demon's bestowment technique? Feng Yunsheng asked hesitantly. If there was a technique in this world that allowed one to improve faster than the heretic path, it would undoubtedly be the God-fiend empowerment. But on the one hand, after the empowerment, it was difficult to continue saying you or you. On the other hand, this might be the best technique to test one's innate aptitude. I have to admit that although it's different, it did give me some inspiration, said Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge said, still, it's just a vague idea for now. Let's wait until I try out this unorthodox method a bit more and have some ideas about it. He looked at his mother, Xue Chuqing, and changed the topic. Daoist Fu, the three of them, nothing special happened, said Xue Chuqing as she shook her head. During this fight for the immortal extermination formation, Yan Zhaoge and the other Taoism lineage disciples were also secretly on guard against one thing. That was Fu Ting, Meng Wan, and He Shixing, who had hidden dangers because of the immeasurable heavenly lord. The Taoism lineage, the immortal court, and the other forces were fighting for the immortal extermination formation with all their might. Currently, all the top-notch experts that they could contact and mobilize were all mobilized. While they were fighting with all their might on the battlefield, Yan Zhaoge and the others didn't forget to guard against their own backyard. Fu Yunqi, who had just broken through the pure profound tribulation, was closely guarding his 2 daughters and 1 disciple. Before Yan Zhaoge left, he had made some arrangements, with Fu Yunqi keeping an eye on them. Even if they were forcefully illuminated by the immeasurable heavenly lord, the situation wouldn't escalate to the sky beyond skies and the awakened sky cosmos. In the end, to everyone's delight, nothing special happened. However, Yan Zhaoge didn't think that the immortal court had forgotten about this, especially since many people believed that Yan Zhaoge's situation was similar to Fu Ting and the others. As for why Fu Ting, Meng Wan, and He Shixing didn't encounter any trouble, it might be due to Yan Zhaoge and the others' countermeasure. Or perhaps they had other plans. We've done our best for now. Before we have any other clues, let's not rush. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. I'll head to the roving Jade Heavens first and take a look at senior apprentice sister Yu. Under everyone's cooperation, Yu Ye's condition gradually stabilized. Close to 100 years had passed since then. Amidst the changes, the entire world was vastly different. Currently, Yu Yi still hadn't regained her senses. It was only because Yan Zhaoge, Gao Qingxian, and the others told her to rest better. Back then, her injuries were extremely severe, and she almost lost her life. Under normal circumstances, even if she regained consciousness, her vitality might be greatly damaged, and her foundation might be damaged. Naturally, this wasn't what Yan Zhaoge and the others wanted to see. What they were currently busy with was seeking for the best outcome. However, after regaining consciousness, Yu Yi would have to face many things. Yan Zhaoge believed that with Yu Ye's willpower, she should be able to endure it. However, just because she could endure it didn't mean that it would be a form of cruelty to her. What's to come will eventually come. Yan Zhaoge shook his head and sighed. He left the sky beyond skies and headed towards the roving Jade Heavens. After arriving and checking on Yu Ye's condition, Yan Zhaoge said to Long Xueji, after 2 more treatments, she should be fine. We can try to awaken senior apprentice sister Yu. Only, we still have to make some preparations to recover her vitality. Some treasures still have to be gathered. Unfortunately, the clues are limited. She's already doing very well. Long Xueji looked at his niece, his gaze filled with warmth. Among the 3 siblings, his second sister, Long Xuening, and her husband had already passed away, leaving behind only her. Although martial arts practitioners didn't care much about life and death, Long Xueji would feel guilty towards his deceased sister if Yu Yi were to die. Now that there was hope for Yu Ye's recovery, he was naturally delighted. At that moment, Gao Shuebe walked in and asked, "How's little Ye's condition?" After hearing Yan Zhaoge and Long Xueji's confirmation, Gao Shuebe said, "Mother sent a message. Dao Lord Lu Ye sent a scarecrow to the Tishita Palace through the Xuandu Great Monk's connections." Chapter 16:26. Scarecrow. Yan Zhaoge raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it related to the Nailhead 7 Arrows book? Gao Shuebe nodded. That's right. According to the great Taoist Master Xiandu, and the goddess, this straw doll can help the goddess recover as soon as possible. It is not impossible, Yan Zhaoge pondered as he nodded slowly. After thinking about it, he smiled and said, Taoist Luya is apologizing, but it's not enough. I think there are other ways to make it up to Saint Mother. Tao, Lord Luya was born in the Khanate world. He has experienced Tao, Buddhism, and demons. There is no doubt that his foundation is rich. Perhaps he really has something that the goddess is interested in. The so-called foundation did not only refer to personal strength. Most of the time, a secret that was unknown to others, something that others desired, could be more useful than a person's martial strength. The key was how to use it. Fighting for the immortal extermination array was the common interest of the entire Tao sect. The incongruence divine mother was severely injured because of Taoist Lord Luya. If she wanted to seek revenge on Taoist Lord Luya, she would need to use the immortal extermination formation. That would concern the entire Tao sect. However, if she decided not to seek revenge on Tao Lord Luya, it would be a personal matter, and the incongruence divine mother could decide for herself. Now that Gao Qingxian had relayed the news to the others, it was clear that Taoist monarch Luya's bargaining chip had moved the incongruence divine mother, Yan Zhaoge, and the others naturally had no objections to this. With the immortal extermination formation, our Taoism's direct lineage is no longer as weak as before. Taoist, Luya, and the demon race would naturally try to mend their relationship with us. Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly. However, we still have to be careful. At the same time of cooperation, friction and confrontation were unavoidable. After all, both sides had their own needs, and there were disputes and competitions between them. When Tao Lord Luya injured the incongruence divine mother and fought for the immortal extermination array, the Tao sect's direct disciple also killed the yellow wind monster and the black cloud's immortal, causing the demons to suffer heavy losses. 2 of the 9-headed bug's heads were smashed by Yang Jian and the monkey. It was heavily injured and on the verge of death. The demons had even more reason to retaliate. It was just that they had a deeper conflict with another opponent, the Western Pure Lands. Therefore, they were more restrained when facing the orthodox Taoism. This principle was also applicable to the Western Pure Lands. Now that the environment had just changed, everyone still needed to adjust and adapt. When everything was ready, a new round of conflicts and battles would erupt. To the direct disciples of the Tao sect, they were happy to have a stable period of time to continue to promote their own development and prepare for the upcoming situation. The main point is that apart from the Grand Supreme Elder, we have to quickly produce another Tao realm mighty figure. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. The Divine Mother is also a veteran heavenly lord who attained the Tao during ancient times. How far away is she from the Tao realm? Gao Xuebwa and Long Xueji both shook their heads slightly. According to what we know, it's hard to confirm anything at the moment. We'll have to see how things develop in the next few years. After a slight pause, Long Xueji said, according to the words of the old ancestor, the Divine Mother's path towards the Tao had once seen the light of dawn, but it was severed. Now, she has to start anew and walk another path. It is even more difficult, and the hope is even more uncertain. The old Grand Master he mentioned was naturally the Vine Sovereign Li Ying, who had already passed away before the great calamity. I see. No wonder Tao Lord Lu Yi was able to move her heart. Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin. I wonder who was the one who obstructed the Divine Mother's first path. After asking, Yan Zhaoge noticed that Gao Xuebwa and Long Xueji's expressions were a little weird. I heard that it was the Manjushri Bodhisattva. Gao Xuebwa said slowly. In other words, the Manjushri Heavenly Lord of the past. Yen Zhaoge blinked his eyes and laughed. The weather today is really nice. The Manjushri Heavenly Lord was one of the Jade clear lineage's bigwigs during the ancient era. After the investiture of the Gods' War, he entered Buddhism along with the Samantabhadra cultivated deity, the compassionate cultivated deity, Qiansun, and the others. They transformed into the Manjushri Bodhisattva and stood alongside the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the Guanyin Bodhisattva. After the Middle Era, the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha and the Gautama Buddha transcended, and the Maitreya Buddha transformed the central blessed lands of Saha into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Countless Buddhist Bantis perished. The Manjushri Bodhisattva was one of them. Only Yen Zhaoge didn't know that the Manjushri Bodhisattva had once obstructed the incongruence Divine Mother's path. I wonder if the incongruence Divine Mother interfered when the Manjushri Bodhisattva perished? Yen Zhaoge guessed maliciously. Between the Manjushri Bodhisattva and the Divine Mother, they might be fighting for the same treasure or the same fortune. You have it, while I don't. Gao Shuebu said, the deceased is already dead. There's no need to say anything more. It's just adding more troubles for the Divine Mother. Yen Zhaoge pondered for a while and said, while the great Taoist Xiandu is already prepared, the more grand heavenly immortals we have, the better. He told Gao Shuebu and Long Xueji about how Tao Lord Luya, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the great Taoist Xiandu, and the others were waiting for a fortune in the 9 underworlds. It's still hard to say if the Divine Mother can make it in time. Gao Shuebu listened attentively and said, after all, when this will begin depends on the results of the various parties. We should place our hopes on the great Taoist Xiandu. Yen Zhaoge nodded. For now, that's indeed the case. He looked at Gao Shuebu and Long Xueji. Senior Apprentice Sister Yu's condition has already stabilized. What I'm saying is that we shouldn't be in a hurry to wake her up. Let's continue searching for treasures like the blood cord stone pith, soul-shattering jade, and spirit ocean essence. If we can achieve the best outcome, it'd naturally be good. If not, we shouldn't force it. Gao Shuebu sighed. Yen Zhaoge nodded and smiled. Right, Qing has started sheathing edge and nurturing sword. Gao Shuebu's expression relaxed slightly. Indeed, her personality is still a little unstable. However, there's nothing wrong with sheathing edge and nurturing sword. It can be used to train her. Gao Qing was Gao Shuebu's granddaughter. In the past, she was a rising star of the prime clear lineage of the roving Jade Heavens. Her reputation was rather resounding. Although her cultivation was slower than Fu Ting's, she was still younger than Fu Ting. The two were famed geniuses of the roving Jade Heavens and the world beyond worlds. Although they were inferior to Qin Qianhua, Nia Jingshen, Yu Yi, and He Mian, they were still monstrous talents that far surpassed the masses. Fu Ting had already pushed open the door to immortality and ascended to the true immortal realm. Gao Qing was slower than her. Still, she had already become a human exalt long ago, having caught up to her little uncle, Long Hanhua. Considering how difficult it was for sword cultivators to improve in the first place, Gao Qing's rate of improvement was rather shocking. After attaining the human exalt realm, Gao Qing had started sheathing edge and nurturing sword as well. It seemed like her improvement had slowed down, as if she might stagnate for many years like her grandfather, Gao Shuebu. Still, sheathing edge and nurturing sword was essentially a technique that pursued perfection, allowing the strong to become even more powerful. Those who could successfully nurture their swords were extremely rare. This meant that if they cultivated normally, they would also have a chance of pushing open the door to immortality based on their own talent and strength. Chapter 16:27. It was difficult for a sword cultivator to improve. The higher one went, the more difficult it would be. especially after ascending to the celestial plane. Sheath edge and nurture the sword was a secret art created by the ancestors of the prime clear lineage for the sake of breaking through bottlenecks. Sharpening the knife will not delay the work of cutting firewood. The reason why he stopped now was to make his future path smoother. It was just that this technique was difficult to practice, and there were very few people who had the ability to practice it. Among those who had the ability but were not suitable, a portion of them had to be deducted. Such was the case for Long Shueji. Or perhaps, if Yen Di cultivated in the Tao of the sword, he would similarly be unsuited for sheath edge and nurture the sword. As a result, there were even fewer people who cultivated the sheath edge and nurture sword. However, Gao Qing could cultivate this technique. Although she was temporarily stuck at the martial saint realm, and might even be stuck there for many years, she would be able to build a good foundation for the future. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed, and a new generation has gradually grown up. Yen Zhaoge said emotionally, I heard that another rising star has appeared in the roving jade heavens these past few years, his talent and potential not inferior to that of senior apprentice Uncle Long and senior apprentice Sister Yu back then. This is truly worthy of celebration. As compared to the two brothers, Gao Shuebua and Long Shueji, Yen Zhaoge was very young. Still, the two of them did not feel that there was anything wrong with him commenting on the newly emerged geniuses of Taoism with the tone of a senior. Long Shueji continued Yen Zhaoge's words with a natural expression. It is a good piece of metal. Still, it still needs to be tempered before it can be forged into steel. Congratulations, everyone. Gao Shuebua also said, in recent years, didn't the realm beyond Avalon also have geniuses that shocked the world? And of Broad Creed Mountain. Yen Zhaoge smiled. In the words of senior apprentice Uncle Long, that child still needs to be polished. There are also some that have been polished. A smile appeared on Gao Shuebua's face as well. Even before the great calamity, it was rare to see so many human exalts preparing to push open the door to immortality. This is a coincidence, Yen Zhaoge said. Also, there will definitely be an order. It can't be said to have pushed open the immortal door at the same time. It will still depend on one's fate. As Gao Shuebua had said, after many years of accumulation, Broad Creed Mountain's reserve of talent was about to undergo a major surge. Not only had Yuan Zhengfeng just successfully pushed open the door to immortality, not long ago, Fang Zhuan, Yinglong Tu, Xikong Qing, and Xia Guang were also following closely behind him. Although Ahu wasn't a disciple of the Broad Creed Mountain, he had also been a human exalt for many years and was preparing to push open the immortal door. If nothing unexpected happened, it was possible that more than 5 true immortals would appear in the Broad Creed Mountain's lineage in the next few years. This number was almost the same as the number of immortals in the roving jade heavens in recent years. It was no wonder that Gao Shuebua exclaimed in admiration. In the entire sky beyond skies, other than the Broad Creed Mountain, there were only 3 more true immortals, Fu Ting, He Shixing, and Bai Tao. After years of silent accumulation, the Grandmasters of the Grandmaster Martial Saint level had finally begun to gradually break through to the immortal realm. Although it was still too early, more people would challenge the pure profound tribulation in the future. Broad Creed Mountains, Shijun, Bright Connection Valleys, Shao Ai, Golden Court Mountains, Long Hanhua, and Tang Yonghao and ingenious Flying Peaks, Red Lotus Cliffs, Meng, one had all already ascended to the human exalt stage, beginning to silently accumulate their strength. Other than that, Wang Pu of Jade Capital Crag, Zheng Mo of Cloud Pavilion Mountain's Profound Remnant Locale, and the others were the same. The pure profound tribulation was extraordinary, and failure meant death. Therefore, many people would be stuck at the boundary between immortal and mortal, and they would be stuck for many years. This was an objective rule. Just like Chao Jia, Lu Zhenggu, Bai Tao, and the others. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the more difficult it would be. At this level, whether one could ascend to the next level didn't just depend on one's own aptitude, but also external conditions. Now that Taoism was gradually developing and prospering, various treasures, opportunities, and supreme martial arts were far more abundant than before. Objectively speaking, it greatly reduced the difficulty of a martial art practitioner's improvement and increased the probability of a breakthrough. However, Fang Zhuan, Ying Longtu, and the others said that there was hope in the near future, so they still had to be careful. Without sufficient confidence, they wouldn't dare to attempt it recklessly. As Yen Zhaoga said, it wasn't realistic for many people to leap through the Dragon's Gate at the same time. There would definitely be someone who would leap first. Perhaps many years had passed between these two events. However, the current orthodox Taoism, the current sky beyond skies, and the current broad Creed Mountain were all brimming with vigor. After accumulating for so long, it was time for them to bear fruit. After this wave of eruption, no one knew when a similar large-scale eruption would occur again. However, tsunamis weren't common, while rivers flowed for a long time. The broad Creed Mountain that was already on the right track possessed a healthy mechanism to produce blood. Talents would continuously emerge. It was a similar situation for other Taoism legacies. At that time, perhaps the Golden Age would truly descend. However, before that, Yen Zhaoga and the others still had to work hard. After chatting with Gao Shiwebwa, Long Xueji, and the others regarding Yu Ye's situation, and agreeing to search for treasures like the blood cord stone marrow, Yen Zhaoga left. After meeting Taoist Cloud Conquest and the other prime clear bigwigs in the roving Jade Heavens, he exited the roving Jade Heavens and returned to the sky beyond skies. After the sky beyond skies and the other worlds entered the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, the awakened sky cosmos shrunk. The Pill Hall separated itself from the broad Creed Mountain's peak, and the hall's internal cosmos returned to the main hall. Out of consideration, Yen Zhaoga didn't place the Pill Hall within the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. Instead, he allowed it to continue drifting within the void's boundless outskirts. After going all out for the immortal extermination formation, we finally obtained our current stable environment, allowing us to recuperate. Su Fei looked towards Yen Zhaoga. At the same time, we also need to slow down and observe the changes of the situation outside. For orthodox Taoism, self-development was very important. Seizing the immortal extermination formation wasn't to immediately take revenge by attacking the immortal court or the blessed lands of the White Lotus. It wasn't to cause mutual destruction, resulting in mutual destruction. Even the Cloud Sky Fairy, who was currently in control of the immortal extermination formation, could still maintain her rationality after losing her elder brother and two younger sisters due to the Great Calamity. It wasn't that the time wasn't right, but that the time wasn't right. Continuously developing and accumulating until one could suppress their opponents with brute strength and sweep through the entire universe. Senior apprentice brother, Su, also needs to recuperate. Why don't you hand over the sex matters to junior apprentice brother Xia, junior apprentice brother Lan, little June, and the others, said Yen Zhaoga. During the battle for the immortal extermination formation, Su Fei, who possessed the golden body of the great sage, had expended a lot of his energy. After the battle, he was in a weakened state, and it wasn't easy for him to recover his vitality. I'll make the arrangements. Su Fei nodded and looked towards Yen Zhaoga. What about you, junior apprentice brother, Yen? Although I really want to cause trouble for the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others, the time isn't ripe yet. Yen Zhaoga said, the battle of the immortal extermination formation gave me quite a lot of inspiration. I need some time to organize some martial arts principles. That's why I plan on entering seclusion for some time. Su Fei's interest was piqued. Now that you've achieved the 5 qis unification, your next cultivation should be towards condensing the 3 flowers above your head. Essence, qi, and spirit. Which one would you condense first? Chapter 16:28. The 5 qis unification was a grand virtual immortal. On top of that, he could cultivate the 3 flowers at one's prominence and become a great overarching heavenly immortal. The so-called 3 flowers, also known as the 3 splendors, were the highly condensed martial arts concepts that a martial artist had learned in the process of cultivation, and even further breakthroughs and sublimations. Essence, qi, and spirit were all gathered together, and that was when all space-time in the Golden Luo realm was at ease. The sequence of cultivating the 3 flowers was not fixed. It depended on the martial artist's own judgment and choice. However, the 3 beauties had their own differences. Choosing one of them involved a certain trade-off. If it's junior apprentice brother, Yen, you most likely cultivate the splendor of qi and the splendor of spirit first, leaving the splendor of essence last, right? It's just that I wonder which one you will choose first. Su Fei asked Yen Zhaoga. The cultivation of the 3 beauties was different from one another. Cultivating the essence and strengthening one's foundation was directly reflected in the fact that one's recovery speed would be faster after being injured. When one was extremely fatigued and mentally injured, it was also easier for one to recover one's vitality. Even when they were heavily injured, their vitality was even more tenacious. At the same time, the most important thing was that his lifespan was greatly increased. It was often said that the lifespan of an essence immortal was limited to 1 yuan, which was 129,600 years. However, in reality, many essence immortals could not reach this limit. On the one hand, it was because of the accumulation of injuries which damaged his foundation and vitality and reduced his lifespan. On the other hand, it was related to the essence. Strictly speaking, there was a prerequisite for the so-called limit of an essence immortal's lifespan. Only essence immortals who had cultivated to the essence and could condense at the top would have the foundation to pursue a lifespan of 129,600 years. Double flower at one's prominence meant the pinnacle of the virtual immortal realm. At the same time, one of the 2 flowers was the essence. Only virtual immortals at this level had a chance of reaching the theoretical limit of a virtual immortal's lifespan of 1 yuan. If the twin flowers at one's prominence were the essence of qi and the essence of God, one would reach the pinnacle of the virtual immortal realm and be a step away from the grand heavenly immortal realm. However, the limit of one's lifespan would be far less than a yuan. Among the 3 flowers, cultivating the flower of qi had the most direct effect on a martial artist's actual combat ability. When the essence of qi converged, the immortal essence of a martial artist's 5 qis unifications would be greatly enhanced in both quality and quantity. Under the nourishment of his qi and blood, his body would also be strengthened. All in all, be it his offense, defense, speed, or reaction speed, they would all improve by leaps and bounds. Cultivating the qi splendor usually meant that a warrior's strength was at the grand virtual immortal realm. With the essence of qi gathered at the top of the head, a martial artist's combat prowess in a head-on battle would have a significant leap. From another perspective, the stronger a person was, the less likely it was for them to be harmed by others, and the less likely it was for them to die. This was also equivalent to increasing their lifespan and safety. Compared to the essence of qi, the essence of God was similar to the essence of essence. Cultivating the essence of divinity would allow a martial artist's divine soul to become more agile, which was beneficial to a small increase in one's perception. More importantly, it was more beneficial for a martial artist's daily cultivation, study, and comprehend the supreme martial arts and the principles of the world, and it was more convenient for them to integrate everything they had learned. At the same time, to a certain extent, it was more beneficial for virtual immortals to challenge the origin heavenly tribulation and strive towards a higher level of grand heavenly immortal, although the help it provided was limited for existences like the origin heavenly tribulation. Even a slight increase in the probability was already a great help to a martial artist. Each of the three flowers had its own wonders. No matter which one was cultivated, it would be a huge improvement for a martial artist. However, within this, there was a very important obstacle. That was, the more one cultivated the three flowers, the harder it was to cultivate. Cultivating one of the flowers wouldn't help in cultivating the other two flowers in the future. Instead, it would become a hindrance and increase the difficulty of cultivation. Even if one cultivated the essence of God, which was the most beneficial for daily cultivation, it would only help in comprehending the Tao. When a martial artist attempted to condense the other two flowers, it wouldn't benefit them at all. Instead, it would increase the difficulty. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. This was one of the most direct experiences. Since ancient times, virtual immortals who were stuck at the duo flowers converged crown realm weren't rare. Yen Zhaoge and the others had interacted with traveling monk Huiyin Mu Jia, Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, Fulua Zi, Cover Removal Bodhisattva, and many other senior experts. It was precisely because of this that grand virtual immortals had to make their own decisions in cultivating the three flowers above the crown. Generally speaking, everyone's cultivation mainly depended on what they had learned. Different martial arts would have different effects on a martial artist's cultivation of the three flowers above the crown. For most people, they had to be down to earth. It wasn't easy to cultivate one flower. Naturally, they would cultivate the one with the most hope. If they managed to cultivate it, it would be greatly beneficial to them. Only, who wouldn't desire to reach a higher level after reaching this stage? He had to spend a lot of time thinking about this. For example, theoretically speaking, the essence of Qi and the essence of God were more obvious than the essence of essence in increasing one's combat prowess, especially during a head-on battle. However, while such a duo flowers converged crown was strong, the limit of one's lifespan was much lower than a yuan. Would the remaining lifespan be enough for him to cultivate the essence of essence, three flowers converged crown, past the origin heavenly tribulation, and break through to the grand heavenly immortal realm? After all, the three flowers converged crown was equivalent to 3 stages. The last stage was the most difficult. On the other hand, cultivating the essence of God and the essence of essence was theoretically the most beneficial for cultivation. It meant that one would have more time and stronger comprehension. From a certain perspective, it could even be said that the duo flowers combination had the highest chance of breaking through to the grand heavenly immortal realm. However, such a combination was also the weakest combination in terms of combat prowess. Theoretically speaking, one's lifespan was long, but it didn't mean that one could live for that long. Naturally, birth, aging, sickness, and death were all considered as death. As such, the cultivation sequence of the 3 flowers was an extremely important decision for most virtual immortals. However, this didn't seem to be a problem for Yen Zhaoge. After all, the current him was still too young. Yen Zhaoge's outstanding talents and strong momentum of ascension made everyone believe that unless his foundation was severely damaged by his enemies, Yen Zhaoge would ascend to the grand heavenly immortal realm in the future. Gao Han's title of Young Heavenly Lord was already well-deserved. The only question was when it would happen. Everyone believed that it wouldn't be too late. As such, even if Yen Zhaoge cultivated the essence of Qi and the essence of God first, and placed the essence of essence last, his natural lifespan should be sufficient. As such, Su Fei asked Yen Zhaoge which one he would place first, the essence of Qi, and the essence of God. If it's me, I should try to condense the essence of God first, right? It's more beneficial for my current cultivation path. Yen Zhaoge touched his chin and answered, as for the choice between the essence of qi and the essence of essence, it doesn't really matter if it's only compared to virtual immortals. Su Fei smiled and said, you're right. However, you should still choose the essence of qi. The enemies that might be targeting you would definitely be in the grand, heavenly immortal realm. Chapter 16:29. In Xue Fei's opinion, no matter what Yen Zhaoge chose, even if it was the combination of the essence splendor and the god splendor, with the duo flowers converged crown, he would be able to sweep through the grand virtual realm and become the #1 virtual immortal. In fact, if Yen Zhaoge managed to cultivate the qi splendor first, he who had a single flower converged crown would already be able to dominate the entire great void. After all, Yen Zhaoge, who had just ascended to the grand void and had yet to start cultivating the 3 splendors, had already killed the ear-digging Arhut, a Buddhist Banti equivalent to Taoism's twin flowers converged prominence, virtual immortal heavenly monarch. However, with Yen Zhaoge's current reputation, the opponents that would target him would at least be grand heavenly realm experts. To Yen Zhaoge, it was still very necessary for him to raise his strength a step further after successfully cultivating in the splendor of qi. First try to condense the splendor of divinity, then observe a bit more. Saying thus, Yen Zhaoge looked at Su Fei. Senior apprentice brother Su, you intend to recultivate in the 3 splendors. How is your progress? Su Fei said, I've already made some progress, but I still need to work harder. He, Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone, and Pan Pan shared the burden of 3 golden bodies of the great sage. At the same time that the golden body of the great sage gained immense combat power, the golden body of the great sage was also subtly influencing their bodies. As the 2 of them fused together, the boundary between them became thinner and thinner, causing their cultivation levels to become indistinct and unpredictable. However, this was not the bestowment of a great demon of the netherworld. There were some paths that had to be taken and difficulties that had to be overcome. In the end, they still had to rely on themselves. In particular, if one was unwilling to stop at the current level of the golden body of the great sage, which was the double flowers at one's prominence virtual immortal realm, then they would have to put in a lot of effort, and it would not be as easy as cultivating on their own. Realistically speaking, it was naturally a great bargain and a great fortuitous opportunity. However, there was always a limit to this fortuitous opportunity. If he wanted to surpass the limit and advance further, he had to do even more. If I can manifest the golden body of the great sage, I'll have less to worry about, Su Fei said. I'll just focus on condensing the essence and God essence. Yen Zhaoge nodded. I have the same intentions regarding the Northern Ocean clone. After manifesting the golden body of the great sage, be it Xue Fei, the North Ocean clone, or Pan Pan, all of them had expended a great deal of energy, retraining the 3 essences, and gathering the essence at the top would help them recover their vitality as quickly as possible. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to a disguised increase in direct combat strength. Unlike the others, the 3 of them were special. While Jun has achieved the human exalt realm, he is still far away from the immortal mortal tribulation. Hopefully, he won't be too hasty, said Yen Zhaoge. Of course. Su Fei smiled and said, now that he has enough confidence in himself, he is also becoming more and more composed. Yen Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he patted his head. It's my fault, always treating him like a child. Su Fei seemed to have thought of something and said, that's right, junior sister Sikong's foundation is gradually stabilizing. She will attempt to break through the great tribulation of immortality and mortality in the next few years, so she can't be distracted. A while ago, she requested to resign from her position as the first seat of the Technique Impartation Hall. of Broad Creed Mountain's higher echelon experts. Other than Yuan Zhengfeng, who had just passed the immortal mortal tribulation, there were also Fang Juan, Xikong Qing, Xia Guang, and Ing Longtu, who were preparing to attempt their immortal mortal tribulation. Where's the replacement? Yan Zhaoge asked. Under normal circumstances, the predecessor would recommend a successor for such a voluntary resignation. Although the sect might not necessarily allow it, the opinions of the predecessors would definitely be taken into consideration. After all, Broad Creed Mountain currently did not have any obvious internal factions, with no power struggles involved within. Marshal Aunt Fu and junior sister Xikong came together. Su Fei said. Yan Zhaoge realized senior apprentice Aunt Fu is going to take over junior apprentice sister Xikong's position. It's probably because of June, right? Shui Fei sighed. Yan Zhaoge could not help but sigh emotionally. Fu Enshu was Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing's master. In reality, after Xikong Qing's cultivation had reached a certain level, she had taken over the position of the first seat of the Technique Inheritance Hall from Fu Enshu. When the younger generation grew up and had some achievements, the older generation would pass on their duties with peace of mind. Then, they would cultivate in peace and ignore the mundane affairs, striding towards a higher level of martial arts. It was not just Broad Creed Mountain. This was the norm for most sects in the world. Fu Enshu's cultivation wasn't slow either, as she had already attained the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late immortal bridge stage, just a step away from the human exalt realm. Compared to the limit of her lifespan, she was still extremely young. However, the pupil surpassed the master. Not mentioning Feng Yunsheng, Xikong Qing had also clearly surpassed Fu Enshu. Especially in terms of momentum, Xikong Qing was clearly stronger than her master. This was even more important than her current surpassing. It meant that barring any major unforeseen circumstances, Fu Enshu would have no chance of surpassing her master in the future. It was the same for Ing Longtu and Xia Guang. It was fine if they were the 3rd generation of Broad Creed Mountain. Moreover, the peak of Broad Creed Mountain's 4th generation disciples, Shi Jun, had similarly already attained the peak of the 10th level of the Martial Saint realm. The younger generation was not just taking over. Now, the new generation was truly replacing the old. Fu Enshu had always been competitive. Still, as Shi Jun surpassed her now, she seemed to finally feel at ease. It was not that she had lost her drive. She still had the motivation and potential to improve, just that she was no longer so stubborn. Her passing down the position of first seat of the Martial Inheritance Hall to Xikong Qing that year was a form of acknowledgement. Now that she had succeeded Xikong Qing and assumed this position once more, it was another form of affirmation. Since her disciple was more suited to ascend to the higher realms than her, it would not be strange for her to replace her, allowing her disciple to cultivate without distractions. While senior apprentice Aunt Fu is competitive, and sometimes even a little unreasonable, her feelings for our Broad Creed Mountain are still indisputable. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Moreover, it is also just a temporary replacement for a period of time, right? If junior apprentice sister Xikong succeeds in her breakthrough and doesn't replace her, more youngsters would still be able to grow up. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu would still be able to focus on her cultivation. Ever since the sky beyond heavens had been established, 100 years had passed. Not only had Xikong Qing, Xia Guang, Ing Longtu, and Shi Jun grown up, younger descendants of Broad Creed Mountain had also appeared. Fu Enshu was just a temporary replacement. There would definitely be younger juniors who would grow up and take over. This included Shi Jun, who would likely temporarily replace Xia Guang as the first seat of the disciplinary hall, allowing Xia Guang to focus on his cultivation. Still, Shi Jun would most likely step down and prepare for the immortal mortal tribulation like Xikong Qing and Xia Guang. At that time, suitable successors would also appear. Passing down the torch was just like that. My seclusion this time might be long or short. I'll have to trouble senior apprentice brother Su, and the rest with regards to external matters. Yan Zhaoge said, Still, I don't have to go into seclusion. If there's anything urgent, feel free to tell me. Su Fei smiled. I look forward to your results when you come out of seclusion. He clenched his right hand into a fist and extended it forward. Yan Zhaoge smiled and did the same. He clenched his fist and bumped it with Su Fei's fist before bidding farewell and leaving. Chapter 1630. When an immortal realm martial artist went into seclusion, the time they spent in seclusion could be long or short. The shortest time was a few years, but the longest time could be 100 years, 1,000 years, or even longer. For them, a single session of seclusion could be the time from birth to death for many people. The closer one got to the Tao realm, the more difficult it would be. The higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it would be to continue advancing, the more effort one would have to put in, the more resources one would have to consume, and the more time one would have to spend. Essence immortals, mystic immortals, and even perfected immortals could be stuck at the same realm for thousands of years. Many Taoist, heavenly monarchs, Buddhist Bantis, demon race small saints, and 9 underworlds demon monarchs had already ascended to the great void realm, achieving the 5 Qis unifications. But even now he was still standing there, looking up at the zenith heaven. After obtaining the immortal extermination formation, the orthodox Taoism finally had a chance to develop stably. From then on, time flew by unknowingly. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. In 100 years, the Taoism's prime clear bigwigs, the incongruence Divine Mother, and the cloud sky fairy opened up 2 more universes. They stood side by side with the other Taoism heavens and turned into a beautiful fairyland. After several generations of people in the mortal world, the 2 universes and the many worlds within them also began to take shape. The entire Taoist sect was flourishing. Apart from the Taoism, the Western Pure Lands, and the Astro Mountains' starry sea of demons were no longer as intense as before. Although they were not as secluded as before, the Orthodox Buddhist sects and the demon race were much more stable and focused on their own development. The immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, on the other hand, were unavoidable. They continued to clash with one another. This kind of thing was helpful to both sides in stabilizing their faith, so the confrontation was under the conscious control of both sides. Due to the rise of the orthodox Taoism, both sides became more restrained. However, after 100 years, the conflict between the 2 sides finally began to intensify, and there were signs of another large-scale war breaking out. The Western Pure Lands and the Astro Mountains' starry seas were relatively quiet. The Taoism's 3 clear lineage also seemed to be unconcerned about the matter. However, the movement and probing of the orthodox Taoism had never stopped. Instead, it was becoming more and more frequent. It was different from how the orthodox Taoist sects had to take advantage of the war to have more space to move around. Currently, the 2 heretics had to be wary of the orthodox Taoism's attitude in order to determine if they were determined to engage in an all-out war, preventing the 3 clear lineage from taking advantage of the situation. So, in the end, the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, 2 Tao realm mighty figures, are biding their time and leaving the battlefield to those below the Tao realm. In the sky beyond skies on the broad Creed Mountain, the Gesmeng once said while resting her chin on her hand. Feng Yunsheng, who was in front of her, nodded. That's right. Although they haven't gone all out, the battle between the 2 sides is still fierce and cruel. The all-out war between the heretics occurs once every 100 years. Now it's time again, but I don't know how long it will last this time. It shouldn't be as continuous as last time for 100 years, Meng Wan said. The conversation between the two of them was through voice transmission. This was because Guan Yulua of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, who had yet to attain the human exalt stage, was still seated before him. Although Guan Yulua didn't know what they were talking about, she could roughly guess what they were talking about based on their expressions. At her current level, although there were still many taboos regarding matters of the heretics, she had a rough understanding of some things. She understood that Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan were being considerate towards her. Sister Yunsheng, is there any confirmed news regarding the Yellow Earth apricot flag? Guan Yulua didn't ask much about the heretics and asked about something else. There is news, but it might not be conclusive, Feng Yunsheng answered, Southern Extremity Taoist, and the others are only giving it a try. Meng Wan and Guan Yulua's expressions didn't change when they heard Feng Yunsheng addressing the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor as such. They had long gotten used to it. When Feng Yunsheng had just returned from the 9 underworlds, she was already in the virtual immortal realm. Many people couldn't get used to it for a while. After getting used to it, she then transcended the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the grand heavenly realm. That was even more shocking. Although Feng Yunsheng had always concealed her aura due to personal reasons and manifested her form, no one had forgotten one thing. Up until today, other than the great sage equaling heavens, she was still the #1 expert in the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. She was the Taoism's grand heavenly immortal who presided over this cosmos. At her cultivation realm, besides the direct descendants and close relatives, everyone in the Tao sect who hadn't reached the golden immortal realm had to address her respectfully as the heavenly exalt Luo Yuan, or the doomsday heavenly exalt according to etiquette, when they met her. Her full title was the Supreme Heavenly Exalt Luo Yuan, the Dark Sun Devouring Grand Sun World Chaos Doomsday Heavenly Exalt. Only Feng Yunsheng didn't mind it. That was why she wasn't so strict with those who were close to her. Outsiders such as Gao Han and Ling Qing would have to address her with a title to show their respect when they saw her. Feng Yunsheng addressed the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor as a Taoist because she was humble and respected him for achieving the Tao earlier. In terms of strength, it would be a different story. The Yellow Earth apricot flag holds a special meaning. It would naturally be best if we could find it. However, there's no need to be too conflicted before we have any concrete clues. Meng Wan consoled Guan Yulua. Guan Yulua nodded. You're right. However, I can't help but think about it. After all, just like what Sister Yunsheng said, Mahamayuri is truly powerful. Among the grand heavenly realm experts, Taoism's people were still afraid of Mahamayuri. After the battle for the immortal extermination formation, it would take a long time for the great sage equaling heavens to manifest. Although Taoism still had experts like Yang Jian, they weren't confident in facing Mahamayuri. Since the great Taoist Master Xian Du failed to retrieve the floating flame flag from the Elder Lord, Taoism's people would find it troublesome to face Mahamayuri most of the time. Naturally, everyone recalled the jade illusory defensive treasure, the Yellow Earth apricot flag, which was known as the floating flame flag, and the green lotus flag. With this treasure in hand, it would be much easier for them to face Mahamayuri. However, the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were coveting this treasure as well. Only, no one had any concrete clues to find the Yellow Earth apricot flag's whereabouts. Sister Yunsheng, can't you deal with Mahamayuri, even if you suddenly ambush him? Guan Yulua asked, slightly unwilling to give up. If I were to ambush him, there's an 80% chance that his 5-colored divine light would be able to react in time. Feng Yunsheng answered honestly. Although my saber light is capable of destroying all techniques, Mahamayuri's foundations are much sturdier than mine. The 5-colored divine light can be reborn whenever it dissipates. If we were to continue in a stalemate, his chances of winning would be much higher. Meng Wan smiled and said, "Senior apprentice sister, it'll be fine if you accumulate more. After all, Mahamiyuri was born during the primordial era, much earlier than you. However, he should have already reached the highest level of attainment. It's extremely difficult for him to take another step forward while you're still improving by leaps and bounds." Guan Yulua was slightly worried. "Sister Yunsheng, will it be fine if you change your martial path saber intent halfway through?" Chapter 16:31. When her cultivation realm was still low, Feng Yunsheng was already known for her combat prowess. If she did not make a trip to the 9 underworlds, her cultivation speed would only be above average. Many of her innate talents were only revealed when she fought with others in actual combat. After returning from the 9 underworlds, due to special reasons, her strength had been improving at an extremely fast pace. She had to suppress it from time to prevent herself from being too hasty. When she fought with others, she was even sharper. Even when she reached the Grand Heavenly Realm and Grand Heavenly Realm, not many could match her. With this foundation, Feng Yunsheng did not stop. Instead, she advanced even further. Although her methods were controversial, she was indeed one of the most threatening grand heavenly immortals of the orthodox Taoism. It was fine if she did not make a move. Once she made a move, a bigwig expert would usually perish. Some people did not mind doing sneak attacks and assassinations. Some were even willing to do it. However, the absolute arts and individual strength that they cultivated might not be suitable for it. Some people had the ability to do it, but they might not be willing to do it. Feng Yunsheng was not only skilled in this aspect, but also did not mind using it. This caused her already sharp lethality to be amplified many times. Currently, in the eyes of the Western Pure Lands, the demon race, and the other experts, Feng Yunsheng was more dangerous than the incongruence Divine Mother, the Cloud Sky Fairy, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the other grand heavenly immortals. However, whenever Guan Yulua thought about this, she would always feel a sense of loss. In the past, Feng Yunsheng's martial Dao saber intent had always been open and above-board, grand and domineering. Her temperament was also very different from the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua. The current changes made Guan Yulua worried that it would affect Feng Yunsheng's future. She was also worried that such saber arts would affect Feng Yunsheng's will. "Yulua, don't worry about me." Feng Yunsheng patted her hand and said with a smile, "Although my current bladesmanship has changed from when I was in the past, it is just like the opposite of light and darkness and the coexistence of yin and yang. Today's change will not dampen my martial arts faith. On the contrary, it may be an improvement. This is the path that I have planned. Don't worry." Guan Yulua nodded thoughtfully. Unlike Guan Yulua, Meng Wan had already pushed open the immortal door. She looked at Feng Yunsheng without saying a word, shaking her head slightly in her heart. "Senior sister, you're right. You can walk this path, but it might not be your only choice, right? Even if you can walk it, there will be many dangers, and it won't be smooth. Perhaps other paths will be smoother for you." Meng Wan thought to herself, behind the splendor of this era, there is an inseparable darkness. Although she was thinking a lot, she didn't show it on her face. She smiled and changed the topic, no longer talking about this matter. As they chatted, Feng Yunsheng's expression suddenly changed. Zhaoga has come out." While it was not as shocking as when Yin Zhaoga's 5-cheese unification had ascended to Grand Void that year, Meng Wan and Guan Yulua had not sensed it at all. Still, they naturally believed in Feng Yunsheng's judgment. Both of them smiled as they stood up to bid farewell to Feng Yunsheng. There was no need for pleasantries between Feng Yunsheng and them. After agreeing to chat again next time, She sent them off before heading to the back mountains of Broad Creed Mountain. When she arrived in front of the cave, where Yen Zhaoge was in seclusion, the cave manor's door automatically opened. The cave manor's furnishings were simple, with only a few prayer mats. After Feng, Yunsheng entered. She saw Yen Zhaoge sitting in the meditative position on a prayer mat. Radiance flickered above his head, forming a bright radiance of divinity. 5 Qis unification, 3 flowers converged crown. Yen Zhaoge had successfully taken the first step. As the radiance circulated above his head, it seemed to contain boundless profundities connecting the heavens and the earth. However, it didn't cause any ripples or attract anyone's attention, as if it was illusory. The ethereal radiance bloomed, resembling formless flower petals scattered all over the ground, continuously drifting towards the outside world, leaving the cave manor, leaving the Broad Creed Mountain, leaving the sky beyond skies, even leaving the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven. It extended all the way into the boundless void. The elephant is formless, the loudest sound is silent. Seeing this, Feng, Yunsheng praised, "Zhaoge, you've deeply grasped the profundities of the great Tao." Yen Zhaoge smiled, retracted the radiance above his head, and returned to his Naiwen palace. He stood up, held Feng Yunsheng's hand, and walked out of the cave manor together. "I've tried many new ideas, which is why I spent some time. However, the results are pretty good." As Yen Zhaoge spoke, he asked, "Do you have any information on the whereabouts of the soul-shattering jade? Out of the 3 treasures required to treat Yu Yi, the blood-cord stone pith, the soul-shattering jade, and the spirit ocean essence, Yen Zhaoge wasn't in seclusion. Every once in a while, the Broad Creed Mountain would gather important information and send it to his cave manor. As such, although Yen Zhaoge had been focusing on cultivation for the past few years, he had never lost contact with the outside world. Out of the 3 treasures, only the soul-shattering jade remained unheard of. As such, the first thing Yen Zhaoge asked after coming out of seclusion was this: "Currently, there's no news about it. Senior Gao intends to wait for a few more days. If there's still no news about it, then we might as well stop waiting," answered Feng Yunsheng. Yen Zhaoge nodded silently. After a while, he asked again, "How's the news about the Wuji apricot yellow flag?" Previously, the information regarding the Wuji apricot yellow flag was already mentioned. As such, Yen Zhaoge was aware of it. "We still don't have any concrete clues." Feng Yunsheng shook her head. Taoist Yang and Taoist Southern Extremity Longevity are both doing their best to search for it. Yang Jian and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor were of the Jade Clear lineage. Naturally, they were the most concerned about the Wuji apricot yellow flag. Unfortunately, most of the clues they could find were like trying to fish for the moon in the water. Their value was limited. The 2 chatted about all sorts of things. They weren't limited to the matters of the outside world, nor were they limited to discussing the Tao. Instead, Feng Yunsheng talked about the various trivial matters that Yen Zhaoge had seen during his seclusion. In the end, Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, "Our remaining sea-calming pearl can be put to use now." "Oh, you have a plan in mind?" Feng Yunsheng raised her brows. Yen Zhaoge said, "I have a preliminary plan. We'll act according to the situation." Then the 2 exited the sky beyond skies and the vermilion royal reed heaven. Yen Zhaoge repeated the same trick. Just like how he established the vermilion royal reed heaven, he used the sea-calming pearl to establish another universe, which was on par with the vermilion royal reed heaven and the other Taoism heavens within the boundless void. Such a commotion couldn't be hidden from others. The Taoism experts in the nearby Taoism heavens were the first to notice it. In the faraway void, the other forces who were scouting for information were also attracted by it. Yen Zhaoge didn't plan on hiding it. He continued doing his own thing. No one else came to disturb him. Everyone silently watched another universe being established. Should we ask junior apprentice Brother Lon to arrange for some people to migrate over? Asked Feng Yunsheng. Just migrate the mortals over to a different world to live. Yan Zhaoga answered. The various martial sects shouldn't interfere. I have my own arrangements for this universe. Chapter 1632. Feng Yunsheng looked at the new universe in front of her with great interest. Is it only convenient for you to wantonly splash ink on a piece of white paper? You don't have to go that far, right? While Yan Zhaoga had yet to ascend to the grand heavenly realm, his prestige within the Taoism heavenly realms wasn't any inferior to the Taoism heavenly lords. Moreover, this new universe was personally created by him in the first place. It's indeed not to that extent. It's just that this way, the results of my early experiments will be more accurate, which will also be more beneficial for the adjustments and arrangements afterwards. Yan Zhaoga chuckled as he stroked his lower chin. I'll leave it to you. Feng Yunsheng didn't object. As the two were chatting, they suddenly received a message from Zhu Luo's Royal Reed Heaven. Zhu Luo's message from Royal Reed Heaven was also conveyed. The source came from Crimson Light and Yang Tian. That was a new universe that the incongruence Divine Mother had established with a sea calming pearl. Like the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, it bore the names of Crimson Light and Yang Heaven of Taoism's 36 heavens of pre-Great Calamity times. After the roving Jade Heavens moved from the awakened sky cosmos to the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven, they moved to the Crimson Light cosmos and the Yang Sky Cosmos as one of their foundations. Crimson Bright and Yang Tian didn't forbid the descendants of the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineages from interacting with each other. However, comparatively speaking, the descendants of the Prime Clear lineage were definitely in the majority. Back then, the incongruence Divine Mother had been gravely injured. After recovering from her injuries, she had established this cosmos. Not only was it her new Tao arena and cave manor, it was also the paradise of the Prime Clear lineage's descendants. She had continuously spread her wings and flourished within it. Currently, the incongruence Divine Mother had replaced the Cloud Sky Fairy and was controlling the immortal extermination formation, merging with the void. Gao Qingxian was overseeing Crimson Bright and Yang Tian. The news from there to the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven was related to Broad Creed Mountain. It was the Broad Creed Mountain's disciple, Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng's junior apprentice brother, Ing Long Tu. While out adventuring, he met with the Prime Clear successors of the Crimson Radiant sect and the Yang Heaven sect. Together, they helped to search for the final treasure needed to treat Yu Yi, the soul instantaneous jade. In the process of searching, the whereabouts of the soul-killing jade were still unclear, but they temporarily lost contact with Ing Longtu. Ing Longtu was one of Yan Zhaoga's closest disciples. His disappearance was naturally no small matter. Those descendants of the Prime Clear lineage couldn't find him, so they didn't dare to be careless. They hurriedly contacted Crimson Bright and Yang Tian, as well as the roving Jade Heavens. After receiving the news, the Dragon Spring Heavenly Monarch, Long Xingquan, personally set off to look for Ing Longtu. The roving Jade Heavens didn't conceal the truth. They immediately informed the sky beyond skies of Zhu Luo's Royal Reed Heaven, as well as the Broad Creed Mountain. Han Long has lost contact with us. Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng exchanged looks. While they were still used to calling Ing Longtu by his nickname in private, the two naturally knew that the current Ing Longtu was no longer the immature child of the past. Perhaps his temperament was still somewhat honest and sincere, but at most, he could be said to be somewhat honest. The current Ing Longtu was definitely not an idiot. He also had a lot of experience and often went out alone. for him to suddenly lose contact. It must mean that he really ran into some trouble that was hard to deal with. The two returned to the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven and entered the sky beyond skies, returning to the Broad Creed Mountain. The first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's assignment hall, Lan Wenyan, was waiting there, his expression rather solemn. After meeting him, he said, "Over at our clan's side, junior apprentice brother Ing has also not sent a letter back for some time. In the endless void of outer space, communication was difficult to begin with. A temporary loss of connection wouldn't draw much attention. This was a limitation of objective conditions. Generally speaking, people who went out for a long time would contact each other regularly. However, Ing Longtu's current situation was clearly worth paying attention to." Yen Zhaoge stood there, not understanding. Jade-green luster flickered within his pupils, with numerous threads of light flickering within. Under the circulation of the origin heavenly scripture, the past and the future appeared in front of Yen Zhaoge's eyes. It was just that other than the jade-green luster, Yen Zhaoge's pupils seemed to be filled with layers of bewilderment. No wonder we lost contact. Hanlong Er's current location should be somewhat special, similar to the original nebula or the Starry River tributary. After a while, Yen Zhaoge closed his eyes. However, his life should not be in danger. After hearing this, Feng Yunsheng and Lan Wenyan instantly let out a slight sigh of relief. Also, there seems to be some Buddhist bigwigs active there. They are also deducing the clues of karma causing a disturbance. Currently, the things that we can see are very limited. Yen Zhaoge opened his eyes and shook his head. Feng Yunsheng instantly frowned. Western Pure Lands. Looks like I have to personally make a trip there and find more substantial clues before I can make further deductions. Yen Zhaoge lightly tapped on his temple. Currently, Yen Di wasn't in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, while Su Fei was in seclusion. If Yen Zhaoge didn't exit seclusion this time, Feng Yunsheng might have to make a trip there. Now that Yen Zhaoge had exited seclusion, he intended to go out and exercise his muscles, while Feng Yunsheng remained in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven. "Be careful of being targeted by others," reminded Feng Yunsheng. Yen Zhaoge smiled. "Things are different now. I'm very safe as long as I can't track your movements. Others would be even more afraid of being targeted by you." Feng Yunsheng was used to keeping her aura concealed. While she resided in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, her movements were always unpredictable to the outside world. "You should still be careful," Feng Yunsheng said. "The other party might first probe the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven. If I don't show myself, the other party will take advantage of me. If I show myself, I'll be held back by the other party's grand heavenly immortal and won't be able to assist you." Yen Zhaoge said, "Don't worry. The North Ocean clone and Pan Pan will follow me there. I'll pay attention to your side. If there's an emergency, I'll head over." Feng Yunsheng said decisively, "If anything happens in the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven, Taoist Suo and Taoist Cloudy Sky can take care of it." Yen Zhaoge laughed. "You're hurting my pride by saying that. You're thick-skinned." "You're not afraid," said Feng Yunsheng as a matter of fact. "You're making me feel even sadder." Yen Zhaoge smiled and said with a serious expression, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. I don't have any ominous premonitions. Instead, it might be an auspicious premonition." An auspicious premonition. Feng Yunsheng pondered. After Yen Zhaoge bade farewell to her and Lan Wenyan, he brought the North Ocean clone and Pan Pan out of the sky beyond skies. They left the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven and entered the void's boundless outskirts. Shui Fei was in seclusion. While the three golden bodies of the great sage could be manifested separately, it would still take some time before they could combine to manifest the great sage equaling heaven's true body. After all, the battle to seize the immortal extermination formation had consumed a lot of energy. As such, Yan Zhaoge didn't disturb Xuefei this time and continued on his way. He first paid a visit to Crimson Bright and Yang Tian before entering the roving Jade Heavens to pay a visit to Gao Xuebu. Afterwards, he obtained directions from Gao Xuebu before entering the Boundless Void's outskirts to meet with the prime clear successor who had met Longtu. While walking, Yan Zhaoge's origin heavenly scripture was also circulating. The closer he got to the region where Longtu had lost contact with him, the more things he could see, and the more clues he could find. Yan Zhaoge gradually understood what was going on. However, he wasn't in a rush. Instead, he went to meet up with Long Xingchuan, who had arrived earlier than him. Chapter 1633. Zhaoge, you came in person? After Long Xingchuan met he immediately said, I'm sorry. Because of Yi's matter, I lost contact with young friend Ding. Martial granduncle, you're being too serious, Yan Zhaoge said. While we still cannot be certain of the exact situation, Longtu's life should currently be in no danger. Long Xingchuan nodded. That's good. After pausing for a moment, he continued. However, according to the information I received, although I'm not sure if it's the Western Pure Lands or the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus, there's no doubt that Buddhists have appeared in this area. Yan Zhaoge nodded, not speaking. That was why he had specially made this trip. It was because Longtu's disappearance might not be a simple natural disaster, but also a man-made disaster. This was also the reason why Long Xingchuan had rushed over from the roving Jade Heavens. 100 years had passed, and the Han Long of the past had already pushed open the immortal door. Zhu Luo of the Royal Reed Heaven, one of the 4 heroes of Broad Creed Mountain, Yu Mountain, and the Heavenly Dipper Emperor Longtu. His name had spread far and wide in the Taoism myriad heavens. Just his emperor title alone was extremely revered among true immortals, not something an ordinary person could bear. Among the various Taoist sects, there were already several tens of true immortals, and there was no lack of seniors among them. However, in terms of strength, Longtu was still ranked at the top. What attracted the most attention was the fact that he had successfully cultivated the fallen deity sword after pushing open the immortal door, becoming the second person after Yan Zhaoge. It might be hard to say for the Orthodox Buddhism, the demon race, and the 9 underworlds experts, but for the heretics, even the tranquil, profound immortal would not be able to do anything to Longtu. It was still uncertain who would be the one to kill who, now that Longtu was missing. The worst-case scenario was that a grand virtual immortal might be involved. As such, after the roving Jade Heavens received the news, Long Xingchuan personally rushed over. Yan Zhaoge also did not let down his guard. Who knew if the other party had set up an ambush, besieged them to attack the reinforcements, and used Longtu to lure and kill more Tao sect martial artists? In the current situation, the orthodox Taoism's living environment had improved greatly. It was not as bad as before the immortal extermination formation appeared. However, they were only starting at the same starting line as the other factions. They were far from the ancient epoch where no one dared to provoke them apart from internal strife. Although the few Tao ancestors had a tacit understanding with the immortal extermination formation and would not make a move again, the competition below the Tao realm was unavoidable. Everyone relied on their own abilities. Now that the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were at war once again, they should avoid provoking the Taoism lineage. However, the most important thing in the future would be the few grand heavenly realm experts fighting for the opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm, and it was very difficult to say if there would be a surprise attack. Even if the possibility was not high, Yan Zhaoge and the others still had to be cautious. As the two walked, Yan Zhaoge told Long Xingchuan about his gains from the origin heavenly scripture. Although the outer domain is vast and boundless, existences like the original nebula, where Taoist shall perished, are getting rarer and rarer, said Long Xingquan with a sigh. Yan Zhaoga nodded. That's right. Even now, a secluded location that's still unknown to the public is either incomparably well hidden, or it's like the awakened sky cosmos back then, where its location is constantly changing, making it hard to locate. After all, such locations are extremely rare. As they chatted, Long Xingquan's expression changed slightly, and he slowed down. Upon seeing this, Yan Zhaoga stopped in his tracks and looked at Long Xingquan, writing something within the void. After a short while, balls of light mist appeared, and from within the mist, several sword marks appeared. Upon seeing the sword marks, Long Xingquan nodded. His gaze transformed into a sword, which sliced through the void and flew far away. This was a unique communication technique developed by the roving Jade Heavens in recent years, and it had its own uniqueness. As expected, after a short while, a mark was reflected within Yan Zhaoga's mind. Someone was approaching. Yan Zhaoga's consciousness spread throughout the entire universe, and a sword light naturally appeared within his mind. Under the sword light's envelopment, a man dressed in a green Taoist robe appeared. Yan Zhaoga recognized this person as well. His name was Taoist Miao Chun. In the past 100 years, he was a prime clear lineage disciple who had just ascended to the true immortal realm. Now that Taoism had been revived, not only in the sky beyond skies, but also in the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven, the crimson light heaven, and the yang heaven. Although Taoist Miao Chun wasn't of Gao Qingxuan's lineage, their relationship had always been amicable. He had received plenty of pointers from Gao Qingxian, Long Xueji, and the others. As such, during this trip, he had been keeping an eye out for the soul-shattering jade that could heal Yu Yi. Although he wasn't familiar with Yinglong Tu, there wasn't any conflict between them. Since they were of the same path, they should travel together. After arriving in the vicinity, the two agreed on a time and place to meet up. Then, they went their separate ways. At that time, he didn't notice anything amiss. Yet, when the time came, Yinglong Tu didn't appear. Initially, Taoist Miao Chun didn't think much of it. After all, the two didn't have any specific goal in mind. Without any specific clues, the soul-shattering jade could only act according to its nature. If Yinglong Tu really had something he was interested in, it would be normal for him to continue pursuing it. However, Taoist Miao Chun quickly discovered that other than them, there were also Buddhists active in this universe. Moreover, there were quite a number of them. Taoist Miao Chun carefully concealed his tracks and didn't come into contact with them. However, after observing for a while, he felt that there were many experts among them. Moreover, they seemed to have a target in mind. After noticing this, he contacted Yinglong Tu about how he had lost contact with him. Taoist Miao Chun felt that something was amiss and immediately contacted the roving Jade Heavens. After receiving Long Xingquan's message, Taoist Miao Chun rushed over to meet up with them. Although strictly speaking, Long Xingquan was of the Jade clear lineage, after so many years in the roving Jade Heavens, he naturally had an awe-inspiring presence. When Taoist Miao Chun saw him, his expression didn't change in the slightest as he greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Long. Greetings, young Empyrean." Taoist Miao Chun greeted Yan Zhaoga and Long Xingquan respectively. Compared to Long Xingquan, his gaze lingered slightly longer on Yan Zhaoga. He had pushed open the door of immortality and ascended to the true immortal realm after Zhu Luo, Huang Jiatian, Qi Ming, and Yang Tian had opened the door of immortality. Compared to his realm, he wasn't that old. In terms of age, Taoist Miao Chun was about the same age as Bai Tao, the disciple of the sword sovereign of the sky beyond heavens. He was also one of the youngest supreme martial saints in the roving jade heavens. Now, one step at a time, he was steadily pushing open the immortal door. In the eyes of the roving jade heavens, he was a true rising star. However, if compared to the Yen Zhaoge before him, his age was much, much, much higher, although he was surpassed by Long Xueji and Yu Yi in the past. The amount of time required to improve after reaching the immortal realm had greatly increased. Now that Taoist Miao Chen was slowly catching up, his state of mind remained calm. However, looking at Yen Zhaoge, who was younger than him, Taoist Miao Chen couldn't hold back his anger at all. He had no choice but to accept Yen Zhaoge. In front of the jade-clear heavenly monarch who was much younger than him, even without considering Di Qinglian's seniority, Taoist Miao Chen was still a junior. After calming himself down, Taoist Miao Chen said with a solemn expression, "The Buddhist Bantis here seem to be from the Western Pure Lands Orthodox Buddhism. They aren't of the White Lotus Pseudo-Buddhism." Chapter 1634. After hearing Taoist Miao Chen's words, Yen Zhaoge and Long Xingquan both nodded. The other party was also deducing the karmic clues. With such an intense disturbance, the possibility of him being a Buddhist Banti of orthodox cultivation was much higher. "Fellow Taoist Miao Chen, since you're traveling with my junior apprentice brother, please explain everything that happened along the way," said Yen Zhaoge. "All right." Taoist Miao Chen immediately explained everything in detail. He knew that Yen Zhaoge possessed the jade-clear origin heavenly scripture and wanted to deducing Long Tu's whereabouts with more clues. As such, he tried his best to explain everything in detail. Yen Zhaoge didn't show any signs of impatience. He quietly listened to Taoist Miao Chen's narration and occasionally asked a question. Jade-green rays of light continuously sketched within Yen Zhaoge's pupils. After Taoist Miao Chen finished his narration, Yen Zhaoge closed his eyes and reopened them after a long while. "Although we still don't have any clear clues, we already know a lot of things. Follow me." Then Yen Zhaoge took the lead, with Long Xingquan and Taoist Miao Chen following behind him. The group continued traversing through the void in the direction that Long Tu had gone before, disappearing. Jade radiances continuously flickered within Yen Zhaoge's pupils. A shapeless path that Long Xingquan and Taoist Miao Chen couldn't see seemed to have appeared within the void. However, Yen Zhaoge didn't hesitate and continued walking. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yen Zhaoge's pace gradually slowed down. Long Xingquan and Taoist Miao Chen looked towards Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge's expression became a little excited. He should be nearby. He looked at the surrounding dark void. "It seems like you're right. Little friend entered a place similar to the original nebula or the Starry River tributary." Long Xingquan immediately understood. Due to the uniqueness of that place, Yen Zhaoge's deductions became increasingly difficult. However, on the other hand, it meant that they were already very close to that place. The closer they were, the more obvious the effects of that miraculous place on the surrounding environment, and the greater the obstruction Yen Zhaoge faced. That miraculous place is fading away. Yen Zhaoge suddenly frowned. It's similar to the awakened sky cosmos. Currently, it was distancing itself from them, which was why the miraculous place was gradually weakening. The other party's position was erratic and unpredictable. If Yen Zhaoge wanted to search for him, the difficulty instantly became immense. The strength of the miraculous force that obstructed his deduction only revealed the distance between the two sides. Still, there was no distinction of up, down, left, or right amidst the boundless space of extra-dimensional space. Yen Zhaoge was unable to determine his direction based on this. It was just a very vague feeling. However, Yen Zhaoge vaguely felt that the movement of that location wasn't as agile as the awakened sky cosmos. His movements were slow and sluggish. If they're moving using the same method as the awakened sky cosmos, it would be difficult for us to find this place. After Yan Zhaoge made some calculations, he said to the two, "Let's split up and search for them." Long Xingquan said, "Pay attention to the people of the Buddhist sect. They might be able to guide us." That's what I was thinking. After Yan Zhaoge bade farewell to Long Xingquan and Taoist Miao Chen, he traversed through the void. He flicked his sleeve lightly, the Northern Ocean clone and Pan Pan leaping out from within. "Oh, you should still come with me." Yan Zhaoge glanced at Pan Pan, beckoning him over. Pan Pan blinked his eyes and obediently came to Yan Zhaoge's side. The Northern Ocean clone transformed into a stream of light and headed in another direction, expanding his search area. Yan Zhaoge brought Pan Pan along and continued on his journey. After traveling for a while, Yan Zhaoge's mind suddenly jolted. Green lotuses seemed to have appeared within his mind. They were faintly discernible, and they were about to bloom. Found it. The corner of Yan Zhaoge's mouth curled up slightly. He concealed his aura and quietly approached. Far away, within the pitch-black void, a glass-like radiance could be vaguely seen. The radiance was pure and possessed its own intelligence. Evidently, it originated from the Orthodox Buddhism, and not the blessed lands of the White Lotus heretics. Yan Zhaoge stopped and didn't continue approaching. Instead, he quietly sensed the fluctuations from afar. One of them seems rather familiar. I've interacted with him before. Yan Zhaoge focused his attention and thought for a while, "Oh, right, traveling monk Huiyan. He's really someone I know." Currently, within the void far away from Yan Zhaoge, a few Buddhist Bantis were gathered. The one leading them was traveling monk Hui and Mu Jia, whom Yan Zhaoge had interacted with in the past. Within this great wilderness origin palace, there must be a bigwig of the three clear lineage. He might be a grand heavenly immortal. However, he should have been isolated from the world for many years and wouldn't know anything about the outside world. A Buddhist bodhisattva said. However, since he saved that Longtu, he should know about the current situation. Mu Jia pondered and said, "It doesn't matter. He might be injured or he might be held back by something. In short, he can't leave the great wilderness origin palace for now." He looked at his companions. It's true that he knows about the outside world. However, the outside world might not know about the great wilderness origin palace's location. There are many Taoism experts. However, my father and the others will arrive soon. We still have a chance. If Bodhisattva and your father arrive first, we might be able to do it. The Buddhist Bantis present nodded. The great wilderness origin palace would be drifting within the void. Let's follow closely and not lose track of it. Just as Mu Jia was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. Then, a voice resounded by everyone's ears. "So it's the great wilderness origin palace. Such a place still exists in this era? It's truly an anomaly." Yan Zhaoge's figure slowly strode out from the darkness of the void. He turned his head and looked at the void in front of him. It seems like no one set up an ambush. It's not a trap. Mu Jia looked at Yan Zhaoge, and his expression became extremely solemn. A ray of radiance shot out from his head. However, it was quickly obstructed, as if it had hit a wall. Within the surrounding cosmos, the light of thunder flickered and disappeared in an instant. However, there seemed to be a formless barrier that enveloped the sky and sealed off the surrounding area. The Buddhist Bantis present all frowned. Grand illusory spatial thunder. Not only did the formless thunder seal off the surrounding space, a layer of darkness seemed to permeate this place, devouring all light, sound, qi, and intent. Yan Zhaoge's expression remained the same. He first cupped his hands towards Mu Jia. "Traveling monk Huiyan, long time no see. How have you been?" "I was originally fine. However, I can't get better now." Mu Jia stared at Yan Zhaoge for a while and smiled helplessly. Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, "I was too far away just now, so I couldn't hear it clearly. However, I seem to have heard that other than this Yan's junior apprentice brother, there's also a senior of my Taoism within the great wilderness origin palace. I wonder who it is." "We're not sure either." Mu Jia shook his head and said. Yan Zhaoge was neither anxious nor impatient. It's fine. We'll know once we find it." He glanced at the Buddhist Bantis. "If that's the case, which Taoist among you can lead the way for me?" Chapter 1635. While Yan Zhaoge's tone was relaxed, the Buddhist Bantis before him were not relaxed at all. "Fellow Taoist, Yan, forgive us for not being able to comply." Having said thus, Mu Jia did not speak further as he directly patted the scabbard behind him, the curved twin swords of Wu flying out of their sheaths, transforming into two streaks of sword light as they hacked towards Yan Zhaoge. The other Buddhist venerables also took action. Those who were below the grand virtual realm did not step forward and humiliate themselves. They scattered in all directions, trying to think of ways to break through the barrier created by the grand virtual spatial thunder. The other two bodhisattvas of the grand virtual realm, like Yan Zhaoge and Mu Jia, also attacked Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge did not move from where he was, as he said mildly, "Why must you do this?" As he spoke, the graceful and unfathomable sonorous voice of the great Tao naturally sounded. His voice wasn't very loud, but his ordinary words gave people a profound feeling and were difficult to understand. As soon as the voice sounded, the Buddhist Bantis below the grand virtual realm felt their thoughts slowing down. Those at the leakless level immediately fell into a state of confusion. Nothing to think about, nothing to think about, nothing to remember. It was as if he had been assimilated by the sound of the great Tao. Although people at the tranquil level wouldn't feel this way, they still felt their reactions slow down and drowsy. Namo Amitabha, Musa, and the other two bodhisattvas of the grand virtual realm chanted. Although it was different from Taoism's sonorous voice of the great Tao, the Buddhist Sanskrit voice was still miraculous. It neutralized Yan Zhaoge's sonorous voice of the great Tao, allowing the Buddhist Bantis below the grand virtual realm to return to normal. However, just at this time, light suddenly congregated above Yan Zhaoge's head. It's only been 100 years, and he's already achieved single flower gathering one's prominence. Mu Jia and the others' hearts sank. He's too fast. But then, something even more shocking happened in front of them. Divine splendor appeared above Yan Zhaoge's head. The sonorous voice of the great Tao that he released took effect once again. The Buddhist Bantis below the level of grand virtual realm showed signs of emptying their minds again. Their gazes and movements became dull. Their chanting was actually unable to neutralize Yan Zhaoge's sonorous voice of the great Tao. In a fight between grand virtual immortals, even if one of them was weaker than the other, or even if he was being suppressed by his opponent, he could still neutralize the sonorous voice of the great Tao. For Mu Jia and the others, Yan Zhaoge's sonorous voice of the great Tao completely ignored that majestic Buddhist chanting like this was unheard of. Moreover, Mu Jia's current cultivation base was equivalent to that of Taoism's heavenly monarch duo flowers converged crown. His cultivation base should be even higher than Yan Zhaoge's. However, Yan Zhaoge's sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded throughout the entire universe, continuously reverberating within the grand illusory spatial thunder. The Buddhist Bantis whose cultivation bases were below the grand virtual realm all froze, as if they had been hit by the body-freezing spell. Even the Buddhist Bantis at the tranquil levels seemed to have fallen into a state of thoughtlessness. While their minds were blank, their movements became sluggish. It was not just the leakless. Even those at the tranquil stage were actually suppressed by Yen Zhaoga's sonorous voice of the great Tao. This once again overturned everyone's understanding. The sturdy and shiny Buddhist golden body was currently akin to a clay doll. Its glazed luster seemed to have faded away, and it was showing signs of deterioration. "Why do you have to do this?" Yen Zhaoga's voice wasn't that deafening towards the end. However, as the sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded, the sound of thunder followed. As the majestic thunder rumbled, the bodies of the Buddhist Bantis that were suppressed by his sonorous voice trembled slightly. The bodies of those at the leakless level instantly shattered like porcelain. Their entire bodies turned into dregs, and they shattered within the cosmic void. Those at the tranquil level were temporarily freed from the state of thoughtlessness. However, blood seeped out from the corner of their mouths, and cracks appeared on their golden bodies. Without waiting for them to struggle, Yen Zhaoga's sonorous voice of the great Tao continued to take effect, continuing to suppress their minds. As such, these Buddhist Bantis could only alternate between being muddle-headed and suffering. They couldn't break free from the sufferings. Mujia and the other two grand virtual bodhisattvas' expressions were extremely solemn. Round after round of attacks flooded towards Yen Zhaoga, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth. While Yen Zhaoga's voice didn't stop, he casually extended his hand and flicked his finger. Clang! Clang! Two crisp sounds rang out. His fingers accurately flicked the two sword rays and sent Muza's curved swords of Wu flying. Then, instead of retreating, Yen Zhaoga advanced. With a stride, he instantly arrived in front of the other two bodhisattvas. One wielded a devil-subduing pestle, while the other used the flower-pinching finger, both Buddhist supreme martial arts as they attacked towards Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga broke the devil-descending pestle with the cyclic heavenly seal with his left hand, while the heaven-splitting halberd with his right hand sliced off the other party's fingers. Then he reached out with both hands, his fingers forming claws, and directly grabbed the heads of the two Buddhist Bantis. Then he slammed hard into the middle. The two Buddhist venerables couldn't take it anymore. Their golden bodies shattered, and their heads bled. At the same time, Yen Zhaoga stood unmoving as he simultaneously circulated the grand plainness immeasurable body and the grand beginning bright emptiness form. Bolstered by the two grand cosmos manifestations, his shocking defensive power allowed him to forcibly receive Muja's palm head-on without evading or evading. His body did not even sway as he continued to exert more strength in his hands. After completely crushing the two Buddhist supremacies to death, he threw them away. Then Yen Zhaoga formed a sword with his index and middle fingers. A dense green sword light flickered within the void, which sent the curved twin swords of Wu flying. At the same time, he extended his other hand and grabbed towards Mujia. Mujia inhaled deeply and didn't evade. Instead, he resolutely strode forward and jabbed his finger towards Yen Zhaoga's chest. This finger of his wasn't filled with the concept of enlightenment like the flower-pinching finger. Instead, it contained a huge amount of power within an extremely small one. A golden swastika appeared on his fingertip. As it rotated, it grew larger and larger. Under the influence of the swastika's rotation, Yen Zhaoga's grand plainness qi actually showed signs of dissipating. Yen Zhaoga smiled upon seeing this, and still didn't evade. Yin and yang, time, space, life, matter, and spirit, the six concepts simultaneously appeared on his body. Powerful life force radiated. Time, that resembled water, circulated. Intertwining space fluctuated. Vast myriad phenomena manifested. Balanced yin, and yang circulated, ever-changing mental fluctuations. As the profundities of the jade clear lineage's later Heaven Six scriptures intertwined, they transformed into the foundation of the world that bore the power of creation, which blocked that golden swastika. As for Yen Zhaoga's right hand, he grabbed onto Mu Jia's shoulder. Majestic and profound immortal essence surged downwards and continuously vibrated, dispersing the strands of Buddhist power within Mu Jia's body. Mu Jia, who had already staked everything on his counterattack, was powerless to defend himself. Now that he was shaken by Yen Zhaoga, his strength instantly dissipated. He was grabbed by Yen Zhaoga and couldn't move at all. I've thought about it. Rather than using someone raw, I'll use someone cooked. Yen Zhaoga smiled and said, as such, I'll have to trouble you. Traveling monk Huiyan. Chapter 1636. Muza looked at Yen Zhaoga helplessly. You're truly an anomaly. Some people in your three clear lineage refer to you as the young heavenly lord. From the looks of it, it wasn't an exaggeration. I think so too. However, I prefer a two-word title. It's straightforward and forceful. Yen Zhaoga chuckled. Muza didn't think that he was shameless. Instead, he shook his head. With your strength, no amount of praises can be exaggerated. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's ask traveling monk Hui and to bring me to that great wilderness natal palace. As Yen Zhaoga spoke, he waved his hand. As the sword light flickered, it slashed through the bodies of the Buddhist Bantis below the grand virtual realm, giving them a quick death. Seeing this, Muza's eyelids twitched. Why do you have to do this, young heavenly lord? Young heavenly lord's prowess is unfathomable. Why do you have to kill so many of us? Yen Zhaoga said mildly. Looking at the bigger picture, during the great calamity, the hands of your Western Pure Lands were also stained with the blood of my Taoism's people. Looking at the smaller picture, you made things difficult for my junior apprentice brother. If not for that person from the great wilderness origin palace, my junior apprentice brother would probably have perished. Moreover, Yen Zhaoga suddenly smiled. Even if these things didn't happen, wouldn't I still be able to kill you? Muza shook his head. I'm the meat on the chopping block. There's nothing to complain about. Only, young heavenly lord, don't forget that while you possess the immortal extermination formation, it can only protect you from the Buddha's attacks. Young heavenly lord, you're not invincible. If I'm inferior to you, you kill me. If you're inferior to me, I kill you. This logic is simple. There's no need for traveling monk Hui and to remind me. Yen Zhaoga smiled. The reason why I let you lead the way is because you were a Taoism's member in the past. I'm giving you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Otherwise, since you've already crossed the line by making things difficult for my junior apprentice brother, the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and the Bodhisattva wouldn't be able to say anything if I kill you. Mu Jia sighed, wanting to say something. Yet, he was interrupted by Yen Zhaoga. Don't think of wasting time by talking nonsense. While I am anxious to find my junior apprentice brother, since I already know that he has entered a great wilderness origin palace, and there are seniors of my Taoism within, he should not be in any danger for the time being. Without you leading the way, I'll only be able to find my junior brother later. Yen Zhaoga said plainly, without you guys, your Western Pure Lands reinforcements wouldn't be able to locate that place, right? Muza was silent for a while before he smiled bitterly. Young heavenly master is really merciless. Never mind, follow me. I also want to know who is in the great wilderness Yuan Palace. Oh, from your words, you seem to know who it is inside. As Yen Zhaoga said this, he watched as Mu Jia took out a black alms bowl. Muza knocked on the alms bowl, and clear water emerged from it. The reflection of the water guided the way. We wanted to chase into the great wilderness natal residence, but we were stopped by the people inside and had to retreat in the end. Musa said. That feeling was a little familiar. Yen Zhaoga's expression turned a little strange. Musa was of the jade, clear, direct lineage during the ancient era. After that, he entered Buddhism together with his master, the Samantabhadra cultivated deity. He listened to the teachings of the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the Guanyin Bodhisattva. His deduction that the other party was of Taoism's direct lineage was most likely correct. However, if he didn't come into contact with the other party and still felt a sense of familiarity, the other party would be rather limited. I say, could it be the three altar sea meeting divinity inside? Asked Yen Zhaoga with a strange expression. The so-called three altar sea meeting divinity was also commonly known as the third Prince Neza. He was also a famous figure in Taoism's history. He was one of the peak figures of the jade clear, direct lineage besides Yang Jian. During the ancient era, he was already famous when he was still a grand virtual immortal. After that, he entered the heavenly court's divine palace and ascended to the grand heavenly realm during the Middle Era. He was also a famous guardian god of the heavenly court's divine palace, surpassing countless seniors. In terms of individual strength, he was considered one of the top experts in the entire heavenly court's divine palace. Of course, comparatively speaking, his temper was also very famous. He was a famous arrogant figure in Taoism's history. Currently, Yen Zhaoga's information regarding this Taoism's direct lineage heavenly immortal's whereabouts were still unclear. However, most of the rumors said that he had already perished during the Great Calamity. However, there was no concrete evidence. As such, after hearing Musa's words, Yen Zhaoga couldn't help but have some guesses. Unexpectedly, Musa gave another answer. I'm not sure. However, compared to third brother, I think he's more like his master, senior apprentice uncle, Tai. Tai cultivated deity? Yen Zhaoga raised his brows slightly. He was also a Taoism bigwig expert who was personally taught by the Jade Clear founder, the Lord of Primordial Beginning. In the past, he was known as the Jade Illusory 12 Immortals, along with the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, Master Red Essence, Samantabhadra Cultivated Deity, Lord of Taoism, and others. He was Neza's master. After the Great Calamity, he was also one of the people whose whereabouts were unknown. There were even fewer rumors about him than Neza. After obtaining Musa's Black Alms Bowl, it would be much easier for Yen Zhaoga to locate the drifting Great Wilderness Origin Palace. Although Musa and the others were chased out of the Great Wilderness Origin Palace, they still managed to enter it. The owner of the Great Wilderness Origin Palace seemed to be distracted by other matters. As a result, Musa and the others used a secret art to secretly locate the Great Wilderness Origin Palace. Initially, they wanted to wait for reinforcements from the Western Pure Lands. In the end, Yen Zhaoga took advantage of them. Yen Zhaoga carefully observed the surroundings and realized that there weren't any grand heavenly realm Buddhas around. He was secretly relieved. Logically speaking, once the grand heavenly realm experts received the news, they would quickly meet up with Musa and the others. Previously, they didn't arrive. From the looks of it, the Western Pure Lands seemed to be busy with other matters. They weren't able to coordinate with the appropriate manpower, which resulted in them being delayed. Yen Zhaoga arrived first and isolated Musa and the others from the outside world. The Western Pure Lands wouldn't be able to locate them in such a short time. However, while Yen Zhaoga was glad, he was also secretly on guard. What are the Western Pure Lands gathering their manpower for? While pondering, Yen Zhaoga traversed through the void's boundless outskirts. This time, he found his target in no time. It was a foggy existence that resembled a sea of clouds. It hovered within the pitch-black void. A desolate, primitive, and desolate aura faintly emanated from within. It was the great wilderness origin palace that Yen Zhaoge was looking for. In essence, it was a fragment that separated from the great thousand worlds during the ancient desolation era. That was why it was named the Great Wilderness. Due to the profundities contained within, many bigwigs collected such fragments and created them as their own heavenly abode. After the ancient era, such fragments became extremely rare. Now, they only existed in legends. Yen Zhaoge didn't expect to witness it with his own eyes. However, such a unique existence could indeed become a place for someone to live in seclusion. Chapter 1637. Looking at the universe that resembled a sea of clouds, Yen Zhaoge didn't hesitate and stepped into it. Although this sea of clouds seemed vast and boundless, it was actually illusory. It would collapse a little in an instant and flow between different spaces. If he wasn't careful, he would lose track of it. By then, he would have to spend more effort to find it. Even if he captured Musa and obtained concrete clues, Yen Zhaoge didn't want to waste any more time. Although most of the people in the Great Wilderness Natal Palace were bigwigs of Taoism, it was hard to guarantee that Inglong-Tu would be safe inside. To put it bluntly, it wasn't rare for Taoism to have internal strife in ancient times. After the Great Calamity, the survivors united and went through the crisis together. His and Musa's guess about Neza and the Tai cultivated deity couldn't be confirmed. Who knew who was in the Great Wilderness Natal Palace? After entering the misty sea of clouds, with Yen Zhaoge's strong spiritual sense, the distance of his perception was greatly shortened. The chaotic aura of desolation permeated the surroundings, severely affecting one's perception and judgment. In terms of the profundities of space, this place wasn't like the original nebula, where vortexes were everywhere. However, the desolation aura here had a better concealment effect for the person hiding within. As Yen Zhaoge was searching, he vaguely felt that someone was spying on him within the clouds. Taoism's disciple, Yen Zhaoge, has come here to find my junior apprentice brother, Inglong-Tu. I wonder which senior expert of Taoism is opening a palace here. I hope you can find time to meet me. His voice was calm and unperturbed as it spread far and wide. The other party didn't reply, but he didn't do anything either. From what Yen Zhaoge knew, when Musa and the others barged in, they were immediately expelled by the owner of this place with the desolation aura of clouds. In comparison, his current treatment seemed to be much better. However, Yen Zhaoge was a little disappointed. If the other party attacked, he could instead use this chance to locate him. Now he could only slowly search for him. Is he secretly observing me? Yen Zhaoge pondered. Or is it really inconvenient for him? Chasing Musa and the others away was already a huge burden, and he doesn't have the strength to continue. As he pondered, Yen Zhaoge searched within. Although the concealment ability of the Great Wilderness Natal Palace was very strong, Yen Zhaoge had already activated the profundities of the Origin Heavenly Scripture and focused on searching for Inglong-Tu. According to what Musa and the others had said, it was very likely that Inglong-Tu was with the owner of this place. Got it. A jade green light flickered within Yen Zhaoge's pupils as he strode forward. He gradually felt as if the clouds in front of him were dispelling, and he could see the sun. Although his field of vision was still foggy, the fog began to change between hot and cold. A blazing hot air, accompanied by Yen Zhaoge's advance, grew more and more obvious. When Yen Zhaoge had taken a few more steps, he saw light gradually appear amidst the fog before him, that surging heat also growing stronger. Greetings, Senior. Yen Zhaoge greets you. Saying thus, he strode forward. The misty, desolate Qi immediately dispersed, and the view before them suddenly became clear. The first thing that came into view was a huge, transparent cover that hung upside down in the void. 9 fire dragons coiled around it, continuously spewing flames from their mouths. Although the cover was transparent, it was filled with milky white flames burning fiercely. A figure could be faintly seen in the flames. 9 dragons' divine fire barrier. Yan Zhaoga and Mu Jia exclaimed simultaneously. The bottom of the cover was sealed by the milky white blazing fire. Looking upwards, an old Taoist could be seen seated on the top of the transparent cover. Beside the old Taoist stood a youth whom Yan Zhaoga could not be more familiar with. It was precisely Ing Longtu, senior apprentice brother Yan. Ing Longtu was overjoyed upon seeing Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga appraised Ing Longtu all over. Seeing that he was fine, also not looking like he was under someone's control, his heart that had been hanging in the air all along finally relaxed. He nodded towards Ing Longtu before looking at that old Taoist. The old Taoist smiled slightly, not speaking. Yan Zhaoga noticed that it was not that this old Taoist was intentionally putting on airs. Instead, his attention was mainly focused on the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier down below. Within the white sea of flames within the cover, a figure was rampaging about, causing a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning disturbance. The massive 9 dragons' divine fire barrier shook, as though it might topple over at any time. The blazing fire sealing it down below also rose and fell, not being stable as it was highly possible for it to be broken through. Only with the 9 fire dragons unceasingly spewing blazing fire did it barely manage to keep it sealed. Is it Grandmaster Tai? Yan Zhaoga cupped his hands towards that old Taoist. The old Taoist nodded towards him in acknowledgement. However, he could not be distracted by talking as he continued stabilizing the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier down below. However, other than nodding towards Yan Zhaoga in return, the old Taoist's gaze also paused on the captured Mu Jia for a moment. Mu Jia, who was being held by Yan Zhaoga, had a rather complex expression on his face. Senior apprentice uncle Tai, beside the old Taoist, Ing Longtu hurriedly said, "Senior apprentice brother, Yan, this is precisely Grand Master Tai. He was the one who saved me." "I know," Yan Zhaoga nodded. He had already learnt of the general situation from Mu Jia. As Ing Longtu was traveling, he had encountered the drifting Great Wilderness Origin Palace in extra-dimensional space. However, at the same time, he had also encountered a few Buddhist Bantis of the Western Pure Lands. The leakless Buddhist Bantis couldn't do anything to Ing Longtu at all. Instead, they were beaten up badly by him. However, the Western Pure Lands had other experts nearby. Very quickly, more than one tranquil-level Buddhist Arhat came to reinforce them. Ing Longtu fought as he retreated. From the other party's words, not only the opponent in front of him, there were also grand virtual realm Buddhist bodhisattvas nearby. Although Han Long was a little straightforward when dealing with matters, he was extremely quick-witted when it came to battles like this. Before Mu Jia and the others arrived, he hid within the Great Wilderness Origin Palace. His choice was correct. If he had been a little late, Mu Jia and the others would have arrived. When the Grand Virtual Realm Buddhist Bodhisattvas made their move, just the chanting of the Buddha was already hard for the leakless, true, immortal Ing Longtu to withstand. As Broad Creed Mountain's rising star and having a close relationship with Yan Zhaoga, Ing Longtu's fame wasn't limited to the orthodox Taoism. Other powers had heard of him as well. Mu Jia and the other Buddhist Bantis weren't willing to give up. Naturally, they decisively chased after him into the Great Wilderness Origin Palace. In the end, they met with a setback and were chased away by the Tai spiritual master, who ruled over the Great Wilderness Origin Palace. Just as they were tracking the drifting Great Wilderness Origin Palace and were trying to contact more Western Pure Lands Buddhist experts for reinforcements, Yan Zhaoga, who had arrived before them, happened to be unlucky. As such, Mu Jia and the others all met with tragedy. However, when Mu Jia saw the Tai spiritual master, he felt a little emotional. After greeting him, he placed most of his attention on the 9 dragons' god fire shroud. To be precise, he was more concerned about the person trapped within the 9 dragons' god fire shroud. As he looked, Mu Jia's face revealed a bewildered expression. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes and focused on the 9 dragons' god fire shroud. Chapter 1638. From the looks of it, Mu Jia and the other Buddhist supremacies had barged in previously. Although Perfected Tai had chased them out, it still had a negative impact. Perfected Tai should have been controlling the 9 dragons' divine fire shield previously. With Musa and the others' interference, the situation immediately became disadvantageous. The person trapped in the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield kept thrashing, as if he could break out at any time. Enlightened Master Tai was a veteran grand, heavenly immortal of the Jade, clear lineage. His strength was naturally extraordinary. However, even with the help of his treasure, the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield, he could no longer suppress his opponent. Yan Zhaoge looked at the true deity Tai and then at Mu Jia. Noticing their expressions, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, the situation in front of him didn't allow him to think too much. An angry roar came from below the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield. Then, the milky white raging fire inside began to be suppressed by the majestic power and began to disperse. The flames receded, and the silhouette within it gradually became clear. He wore the heaven and earth ring on his head, held the fire-tipped spear in his hand, stepped on the wind fire wheels, and wrapped his arms with the heavenly silk ribbon. How could Yan Zhaoge and Mu Jia not recognize each other? He was none other than Neza, one of the few powerhouses who had risen to prominence in the Tao sect. He was known as the great god of the 3 altars, the grand preceptor of the heavens, and the marshal of the middle altar. What the... Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. It's really you? While Yan Zhaoge had somewhat expected this earlier, truly seeing the other party, Yan Zhaoge still sighed endlessly within his heart. However, Neze seemed a little unusual at the moment. He had the appearance of a young man, but his eyes were ferocious and his brows were filled with hostility. He exerted all his divine powers, and the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield was about to collapse. The raging flames that sealed the bottom of the cover were constantly dissipating. The 9 fire dragons desperately tried to replenish the flames, but to no avail. Instead, their eyes were dripping with blood, and the scales on their bodies were actually leaking blood. It was clear that they couldn't bear the burden. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but feel surprised. Looking at the Tai deity, who was suppressing the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud again, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Although Neza was Perfected Tai's disciple, he was the same as Yang Jian. They were both outstanding talents of the Tao sect. After he ascended to the grand heavenly realm and attained the body of a heavenly immortal, his cultivation base gradually surpassed Perfected Tai. Perfected Tai was one of the people who understood Neza the best. He had many arrangements, so he could suppress him for a while. However, he had been disturbed earlier, and now all his efforts had been for naught. Yan Zhaoge was momentarily unable to determine who was in the right and who was in the wrong. However, Neza's eyes were crimson, and he had a ruthless expression on his face. He seemed to be a little unusual. Therefore, after a short consideration, Yan Zhaoge decided to help the Tai-cultivated deity first. It was not only because Perfected Tai had helped Inglongtu just now, but also because Perfected Tai was clearly weaker between Neza and Perfected Tai. Allying with the weak to resist the strong was relatively simple, and if there was a mistake in judgment afterwards, it was obviously easier to salvage the situation and make up for it. Pan Pan flew out, and the ape on his back flickered with light. As the golden light shone, it instantly transformed into a heaven-supporting violent ape, incomparably huge, its demonic chi billowing to the heavens. Under perfected Tai's surprised gaze, the huge demon monkey tilted its head and took out the Rui Jingu Bang from its ear. The Rui Jingu Bang expanded in the wind, instantly turning into a divine metal treasure that could hold up the sky and the sea. The monkey pressed the metal onto the 9 dragons' heavenly fire barrier, and the barrier became much more stable. Although the Rui Jingu Bang was currently a peerless weapon, its original purpose was to measure and suppress the heavenly river. Instead of harming others, it had a miraculous effect when used to suppress others. Neza, who was within the barrier, let out an unwilling roar. However, the milky white flames surrounding him became even more intense and gradually engulfed his figure. The flames sealed beneath the 9 dragons' heavenly fire barrier became more vigorous, and the seal became stable again. Upon seeing this, Yan Zhaoge let out a sigh of relief. Even if the young master inside wasn't as strong as Yang Jian, he definitely couldn't be underestimated. An ordinary grand, heavenly realm expert couldn't contend against him. In the past, Yan Zhaoge was the pavilion spirit of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository. Although his status was slightly inferior, Neza, who had ascended to the grand heavenly realm, was definitely one of the top few in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace in terms of strength. Yang Jian didn't listen to orders, and he wasn't in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace all year round. Neza was the vanguard of the Heavenly Court's external war. If the great sage equaling heavens was here, Neza naturally wouldn't be able to withstand the Rui Jingu Bang. However, even with the Rui Jingu Bang, a grand virtual level golden body of the great sage wouldn't stand a chance against the 3 altars of the sea-meeting deity. Right now, he was using the 9 dragons' heavenly fire barrier as the core to suppress the seal that was already formed. If he were to face the enemy head-on, the situation would be completely different. The Tai cultivated deity let out a sigh of relief as well. However, he still sat on the 9 dragons' heavenly fire barrier, not daring to relax. He looked at the monkey curiously. "What's going on? I'll explain it to the Tai cultivated deity later. For now, please tell me what happened to the 3 altars of the sea-meeting deity," asked Yan Zhaoge. The Tai cultivated deity sighed. "I've embarrassed myself in front of you." He glanced at Muzo again. Muzo's expression was a little startled. After feeling the Tai cultivated deity's gaze, his expression became even more complicated. "During the great calamity, my disciple was gravely injured. I saved him. However, his injuries were too severe, and I couldn't do anything about it. I could only bring my disciple along to hide first, and slowly plan on how to deal with it," said the Tai cultivated deity. Yan Zhaoge nodded without saying anything. Neza's situation was unique. He was the embodiment of the treasured lotus. Many methods couldn't harm him. Although he couldn't compare to the great sage equaling heaven's undying demon physique and Yang Jian's 8-9 mysteries art, his defense was still one of the top experts in Taoism. However, the great calamity had affected too many people. Many bigwigs took action, and the war became a mess. Although Neza was strong, he was still doomed. Fortunately, the Tai cultivated deity made a move in time and saved his life. However, the situation was extremely dangerous. At that time, his advancement was just to save his life. After saving Neza, the Tai cultivated deity brought him to the void's boundless outskirts to avoid the threats of others. In the end, he accidentally found the great wilderness origin palace, occupied it, and hid within it. The Tai cultivated deity treated Neza's injuries and tried to reconstruct the treasured lotus immortal's body. After a long period of hard work, there was finally some progress. then this is... Listening to the Tai cultivated deity's narration, Yen Zhaoge couldn't help but point at the 9 dragons' divine fire shroud. Sigh. The Tai cultivated deity let out a long sigh. At the same time, he smiled bitterly. During the great calamity, my disciple nearly died in battle. His heart was filled with unwillingness, and his malevolent intent had reached its peak. After he awakened, his body and mind were tainted by the malevolent intent, causing other changes to occur. Yen Zhaoge's gaze focused. Fallen to the devil's side. No. The Tai cultivated deity shook his head. My disciple's situation is unique. He was the embodiment of the treasured lotus, and didn't fall into the 9 underworld's devilish Tao. Yen Zhaoge thought for a while. That's right. If someone falls to the devil's side, the primordial heart devil would sense it. He wouldn't be unable to discover it just because of the great wilderness origin palace's concealment. Previously, he didn't reveal anything. However, what's happening now? Chapter 1639. The primordial heart devil was the origin of all living beings' devils. As such, as long as the living beings remained, the heart devil wouldn't die. As long as sentient beings existed in this world, a heart devil could be birthed. Even if the primordial heart devil perished, it could still be reborn. Theoretically speaking, no matter who or how high their cultivation was, as long as a heart devil was birthed within their heart, the primordial heart devil of the 9 underworld's 6 supreme devils would be able to sense it. The stronger the devilish intent, the more convenient it would be for the primordial heart devil to descend. Of course, this was only the most ideal situation in theory. In reality, due to the interference of other bigwig experts, the primordial heart devil couldn't be that domineering. In the past, traveling monk sons' inner devil manifested and transformed into the 6-eared macaque, which involved many parties. For bigwig experts like traveling monk son, or even Neza, even if a heart devil birth within their heart, they or their peers would be able to conceal it, preventing the primordial heart devil from doing anything. Most of the time, it would be hard for the primordial heart devil to notice it. However, if the obsession transformed into a devilish intent that was strong enough to cause one to fall, it would be impossible to hide it from the primordial heart devil. Yen Zhaoge had interacted with the primordial heart devil more than once or twice. He knew that this old devil was hiding his strength. Otherwise, the orthodox Taoism wouldn't have suffered such a loss due to the devil of aged metal. However, that was only under the cover of the water devil and the earth devil's incident. It was a feint to divert the enemy's attention. As for Neza or the other Taoism bigwigs, the 9 underworld's devilish Tao didn't reveal any information. Although the 3 altars' sea deity didn't seem to be in a bad state, he didn't seem like a fallen devil. Yen Zhaoge felt that it wasn't impossible for the Tai cultivated deity to mention Neza's treasured lotus celestial body not falling to the devilish Tao. According to the rumors regarding Neza, the treasured lotus celestial body's most prominent defensive trait was its immunity against various evil arts. To a certain extent, avoiding the invasion of the demonic Tao could also be considered a wondrous inheritance. However, it was precisely because of this that my disciple underwent other transformations. The Tai cultivated deity smiled bitterly and said, "As the saying goes, it's better to let it go. My disciple's treasured lotus celestial body isn't something innate." Yen Zhaoge nodded in understanding. "This means that there's a formless gap. Misfortune and fortune depend on each other, and fortune lurks in misfortune." He looked down at the 9 dragons' heavenly fire shield thoughtfully and said, "The gods of the 3 altars of the sea meeting have long reached the realm of zenith heaven, so it is not difficult for them to control their own minds. However, the lotus fairy body is neither righteous nor evil. After being contaminated by evil thoughts, it turned into an evil body and affected the gods of the 3 altars of the sea meeting." because of the lotus immortal body, Neza gained a lot of benefits. But now, it was precisely because of this reason that he had to suffer such a calamity. Perfected Tai sighed. It's also because I had a narrow escape from death that I had to reforge my soul again and return to Yang from the realm of death. At that moment, my thoughts were the purest. Once I made a mistake, it would be difficult to return. Neza was reborn and did not fall into the devil's path. His pure and blazing murderous intent did not turn into devil's will and did not dissipate. Just like that, he became an existence like a god of slaughter. Rather than saying that he was still a Taoism grand heavenly realm, it was more appropriate to say that he had transformed into a bloodthirsty and violent lotus great demon because of the lotus immortal body. Moreover, he was even more ferocious and violent than the golden winged roc, the nine-headed bug, and the other demons. He was not as evil as the violent demons in the 9 underworlds, but his killing intent was purer. It was like the Sword King Buddha's 6 paths of reincarnation had transformed into the Hell Tao, and his strength was much stronger than the Sword King Buddha's. During the process of treating him, Perfected Tai vaguely felt that something was amiss. He could not bear to see his disciple lose his life. He was careful and tried his best to solve the problem of Neza. However, he did not succeed in the end. Neza woke up. After being confused at first, he regained his senses like a god of slaughter. Perfected Tai, who was in front of him, was the first person to suffer. Perfected Tai had no choice but to use a backup method to seal Neza there. He was Neza's master. Previously, he had treated Neza, who was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Under the condition that he was prepared, he used the layers of arrangements to form a huge seal. He did not give Neza a chance to unleash his strength and suppressed Neza in the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier. However, the great god of the 3 altars was ferocious after all. He surpassed his master and was stronger than his master, Perfected Tai. It was difficult for Perfected Tai to suppress him. Previously, he helped Ding Longtu get rid of Mu Jia and the others. After being distracted, he could not continue suppressing Neza. Thanks to Yen Zhaoga's arrival, the seal was temporarily stabilized. However, even so, isn't it a little too exaggerated to be tainted by a grand heavenly immortal's malevolent intent? Yen Zhaoga looked at the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier and muttered, "If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have imagined it." After a person died, an ordinary soul might turn into a malicious spirit due to the malevolent intent. However, the great god of the 3 altars was not ordinary at all. According to the legends, this bigwig's temperament had always been unstable. He always maintained his youthful spirit and arrogance. No matter what, he was a famous Taoism expert during the ancient era. When he entered the Middle Era, he even ascended to the grand, heavenly, immortal realm. Yen Zhaoga found it hard to believe that he could become like this without any external forces. During the Great Calamity, he almost died in battle. It's normal for the 3 altars to be filled with resentment. However, it's actually this intense. Yen Zhaoga looked at Perfected Tai with a puzzled expression. Perfected Tai remained silent. Then he glanced at Mu Jia. Mu Jia remained silent. His originally complicated expression slowly calmed down. Ugh. Yen Zhaoga's gaze froze upon seeing this. He had never been afraid of making assumptions about others. Now, some bad guesses started forming in his heart. From what I know, during the Great Calamity, even the Buddhist traveling monk Huiyin didn't participate in making things difficult for my Taoism successors. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the Bodhisattva Guanyin Bodhisattva didn't do anything either, said Yen Zhaoga slowly. Mu Jia remained silent. Perfected Tai nodded. Samantabhadra and the Bodhisattva didn't participate in it. Yen Zhaoga continued. I heard that not only traveling monk Huiyan, but even Heavenly King Li had entered the Western Pure Lands. The so-called Heavenly King Li was naturally the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing. He was Mujia and Neza's father. After the ancient era, he had entered the Heavenly Court's divine palace along with Neza. Although Heavenly King Li is a member of the Heavenly Court's divine palace, as a disciple of the ancient Dipankara Buddha, it's not surprising for him to make such a choice. However, Yan Zhaoga's gaze shifted between perfected Tai and Mujia with a strange expression. During the Great Calamity, Heavenly King Li wouldn't go against us, right? Chapter 1640. The Great Calamity had originated from the internal strife of the Heavenly Court's divine palace. It was very likely that it had revolved around the birth of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. After that, the chaos affected the entire Heavenly Court's divine palace and even the universe. Some of them decided to act together, and some of them took advantage of the situation because of personal grudges. In short, more and more people joined in, and in the end, it became a huge catastrophe that swept through the entire creation. On the other hand, the Heavenly Court's divine palace and the three clear lineage, as well as the various Taoist sects and branches that were spread throughout the world, had undoubtedly suffered the greatest losses. Countless powerhouses perished, and the flourishing era of martial arts also declined. Among them, the future Buddha was not the only one who made the first move. The figures of the other Tao realm experts were also faintly discernible. The Western Pure Lands, the demon race, and even the 9 underworlds had no lack of participants. However, as far as Yan Zhaoga knew, the compassionate cultivated deity and the Samantabhadra cultivated deity, who had betrayed Taoism in the past, namely the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara and the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, had not acted against the direct lineage of Taoism. The same went for traveling monk Hui and Mujia, who was currently captured by Yan Zhaoga. As such, when Yan Zhaoga, Gao Han, and the other descendants of Taoism faced them, they still retained the last bit of their relationship. Even if they were to fight, they would still leave some leeway and not completely fall out with them. Fairy Yun Zhao's elder brother, Zhao Gongming, and her sisters Qiong Xiao and Fairy Bai Xiao had all died because of the Great Calamity. Yang Jian's master, perfected Yuding, had also perished. The incongruence divine, Mother had lost her personal disciple before. To them, the impact of what happened in the past was probably even more painful than others. However, over the years, they might have felt resentment, but they didn't lose their rationality, become deranged, or undergo a great change in temperament. Compared to them, Neza's state of mind might not be as peaceful, but it was still surprising that his resentment and evil thoughts were so strong. Yan Zhaoga could not help but suspect that there was some special reason behind this. He looked at the Tai spiritual master, then at Mu Jia, and asked straightforwardly, Heavenly King Li was one of the top figures in the Heavenly Court's divine palace back then. He didn't suffer any calamity during the Great Calamity and joined the Western Pure Lands. But apart from that, did he do anything else? It was not that Yan Zhaoga was always speculating about other people's ill intentions. Instead, it was because the father of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Li Jing, had a criminal record. Like Sun Wukong and Yang Jian, Yan Zhaoga had also heard of the legend of Neza wreaking havoc in the seas quite a bit. Some of the versions are different. In some stories, Neza wreaked havoc in the sea because he was a naughty child. In some stories, he saw injustice on the road and helped to save people. Let's not talk about that first. After Neza injured the Dragon King, the Fong family's elder Dragon King came looking for trouble. In some versions of the story, in order not to implicate his family and the local people in the secular world, Neza sacrificed himself and severed ties with his family. He cut off his flesh to return to his mother and bones to return to his father. At the same time, he said that he would take responsibility for what he had done, and at the same time, he gave the dragon race an explanation. In some versions of the story, his father, Li Jing, wanted to kill him in order to avoid trouble. Therefore, Neza cut his flesh and bones to show that the two of them had severed their blood ties. Whether it should be said to be fortunate or unfortunate, as Yan Zhaoge knew, in this world, the relationship between the Li father and son was the latter. This was the first time Neza had been killed. Later on, he used the treasure Lotus immortal body to resurrect and obtained a great opportunity. However, during the revival process, he was obstructed by Li Jing many times. After Neza resurrected, he wanted to take revenge on Li Jing, causing Li Jing to flee everywhere. Even his eldest son, Jinjia, and his son, Muza, couldn't stop him. Later on, Li Jing became a disciple of the Dipankara ancient Buddha, who was still a Dipankara Taoist. He obtained the Ru-Yi Golden Pagoda that specifically countered the treasure Lotus immortal body, which allowed him to fight against Neza. Under many people's mediation, the two sides reluctantly stopped fighting and made peace. After the ancient investitures of the gods' era ended, the two even entered the heavenly court's divine palace together. However, from what Yan Zhaoge knew, the relationship between the two had always been bumpy. Even if they worked together, it was only because of their errands. With this in mind, Yan Zhaoge wasn't afraid of using the worst of intentions to analyze the situation of the heavenly court's divine palace collapsing and Taoism collapsing during the Great Calamity. That heavenly king, Li probably didn't just leave and join the Western Pure Lands. According to his previous conversation with Yang Jian and the others, Yan Zhaoge already knew that the Western Pure Lands played a significant role during the Great Calamity. This made Yan Zhaoge's imagination run wild about Li Jing and Neza's matters. Moreover, from Yan Zhaoge's current knowledge, Neza's fortuitous encounter with the Lotus Incarnation, and Li Jing becoming a disciple of the Dipankara ancient Buddha and obtaining the Ru-Yi Golden Pagoda weren't as simple as they seemed. After all, there were rumors that Neza's roots were actually in the Nvaiwa Palace. The Li family he was born into was already special. When he was just born, he was almost killed by Li Jing. Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but think about the intricacies within. However, to the youthful and straightforward Neza, what was more important was what Li Jing did. To a certain extent, he's similar to the great sage. Yan Zhaoge sighed in his heart. My disciple's tribulation was all thanks to Taoist Li, said the Tai cultivated deity slowly after glancing at Muza. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips and didn't say anything. To Li Jing, Neza was the #1 dangerous person. Without an expert stopping him and the Ru-Yi Golden Pagoda, he wouldn't even dare to show his face in front of Neza. There was no longer any meaning in arguing about who was right or wrong. In Li Jing's heart, the father-son relationship between him and Neza was long gone. It was hard for him to let it go. He was constantly on guard, as if there was a thorn on his back. Of course, it didn't feel good to be on guard against such a dangerous opponent. If there was a chance to remove the thorn on his back, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king would be more than happy to do so. During the Great Calamity, Taoism had almost been annihilated. The three altars sea-meeting gods fought against the enemies and protected Taoism. In the end, a Ru-Yi Golden Pagoda flew over from afar and restrained his treasure Lotus celestial body. As a result, he was surrounded by enemies and almost died on the spot. If the Tai cultivated deity hadn't helped him break out of the encirclement, he would have died for sure. Regardless of whether Neza's dissatisfaction towards Li Jing had faded after so many years, his old hatred was even more unforgettable now that he had a new enemy. Under the intertwining of old and new hatred, The resentment and hatred within the three altars meeting gods had really broken through the horizon. Moses' expression had already calmed down completely. He said mildly, "There's no lack of parents in the world. Third brother has always been disobedient and offended father's dignity. It's fate that he met with a calamity. Father is just cleaning up the family." The Tai cultivated deity said mildly, "Don't argue with me. Why would I argue with you? I'm suppressing my disciple now for his sake, lest he sinks into the sea of blood and can't turn back. If he can retract it freely, I'll let him go now. You'll be the first to suffer. You can escape this calamity because you're not the key person." The Tai cultivated deity suddenly smiled. "However, you're a pretty good catalyst." Yan Zhaoga's heart jolted when he heard this. He recalled some rumors regarding the Tai cultivated deity.